Are you feeling co-creative today? Are you feeling as if creating something is your jam? Do you feel as if making something from nothing merely because you artistly created using morning pages, morning creation, good morning. When we innocuously say good morning as we put our arts and crafts back into the perfect spot, by creating a environment in which your brain processes, creating an environment where, Larry, you're talking about the dating report. I've given up on dating. You see, when you have a surrender, you see, when you have a default, you see, when you have things that you see and then don't solve, that's what makes this channel create a fork. What are we forking to? One. Do you like how this is one? Because when I'm saying one, I mean there's going to be more than one. One, this channel is about humor. Two, dating and the report from the front line. Three, vicariously being able to do what? To sync up and create a manifestation of, hey, I am currently not dating, but Larry Chang seems like he's dating enough for the both of us. This is how you and I are going to drag forward each other. Charlie Jones has chimed in to say hi. Dropout 222 YTX has said hola. Why don't you hit that Larry button? It used to be called the like button, but now we're creating something called Larry Chang's Dating Report. Let's go. Who's watching this? Who's watching this right now? Tell me who you are so that way we can have a two-way conversation because OMG, I am learning from the comments. I used to not even read the comments because it was just a poop show. This dating report is in reaction, a reaction video, but I'm not going to do a reaction video where I tear down a Larry Chang. I'm not going to do a gut wrenching reaction video. Who's watching and not liking? Question mark. Who's watching and constipated in, oh, I'm going to try to not shoot my shot. I'm going to try to not shoot myself in the foot. I'm going to try to not shoot her load for the fourth time. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It happened again. The dating report. Plot. Have you noticed in movies where it's a female driven narrative with a female character that none of those movies really felt quite right? The plot. It never feels quite right. Plot. Toy Story 5. Oh, there's a female in the movie. She's not the protagonist. She's the antagonist. She is front and center. You wanted females to be in the movie industry. Inside of Hollywood, there's this formula. And this formula talks about when a woman is brought up, is a woman secondary to a man. It's some score. I forget what it is, but this guy came up with a score. In the comments, why don't you tell me what that is? In fact, since this is called the dating report, we're going to use something that is going to be a segment, which is AI, AGI, to solve things that we experience inside of dating via this segment, which is going to have forked out 30 plus segments. I did not stutter, I only redirected. The Hollywood scoring system, where a female's role is measured, what's that scoring system called? Bechdel test, also known as the Bechdel-Wallace test or the Bechdel rule. Bechdel, the Bechdel rule. You see, the plot of a movie, it never feels quite right when it's a female protagonist. But are you feeling me right now? Because there's a movie that I'm promoting that comes out on June 19th. There's a female in it, all right. She's kind of a cunt. There's a female in it, all right. She's trying to ruin your brain. There's a female, all right. She's trying to ruin children's brains. It's Lily, the smart pad inside of Toy Story 5. Toy Story 5. Toy Story. Hi, my name's Larry Chang, and I have a segment. It's called The Dating Report. I have a horse. Should I go get it? Stay with me. I'm going to go get it later. Rex has chimed in to say hi. I don't get who's watching and not liking. Like, if you're going to watch, why don't you enjoy your time by liking? Right? Thank you. Thank you. And did I say thank you? I meant to say Bechdel tested you. I Bechdel tested you because I sniffed out who the women were who are trying to incorporate a Bechdel test in a monologue. A Larry Chang monologue. New segment about last weekend. This segment is about last weekend. What did you do last weekend? And I hate people that talk about last weekend and it's Thursday of this week. Like, hello, why don't we talk about this weekend? But that's what makes this segment about last weekend funny, because it's a recap of what were the highlights of your last weekend. Why is it important within the dating report? It's important within the dating report because you're going to be shifting your time to say, on a weekend, am I doing something that is highlight worthy? So you shift your perspective versus, oh, I'm going to do a marathon television viewing for Larry Chang on YouTube. That's a marathon. That's going to take you 5 weekends. Actually, women do want to experience that, but this way, instead of watching Larry Chang YouTube videos in a TV marathon on a weekend, and those are your weekend plans go from watching 15 hours of TV to attempting 15 minutes of in real world tasks, IRL tasks that you previously were not comfortable doing. These videos are a form of preparation. That's why it's called the dating report about last weekend, because the auxiliary segment to the segment called About Last Weekend, which is about this weekend, about next weekend. You can question neurolinguistic programmingly the question of Levi, hi, question mark, or you can connect with what I'm talking about, because then you're really saying hi. Then you're really saying hi because there's kind of a lot of robots that robotically say things that are disconnected to what you see, disconnected to what you are faced with, disconnected to what I'm talking about. Are you an auditory learner? Because you're visually off, which is about last weekend. Was there somebody that was visually attractive to you that you did something about? Meaning her attractive face against your micro. Cold opening, attempting to say hi to someone, and then dealing with the fallout, dealing with the negativity, dealing with the fact that it didn't work swimmingly. Or on the flip side, cheers to the flip side. Larry, I tried it. It was amazing. That's about last weekend. Street smart moves that you do during your last weekend. You don't have to create new ones. You can just paste copy the ones that I already did, which are book club at a nightclub. I enjoy the hola. I enjoy the hola. So I'm going to pin you, and then I'm going to ask you, honey 77, are you a robot? Are you a robot? Because it feels like you could be saying that comment over and over and over. So come back better after your timeout. Come back better. Or get demoralized because the spam comment that you left, you didn't really mean it. Or re-go because that's me doing something incredibly street smart, which is you smell like a robot. You smell like a robot. Interesting characters. About last weekend, when you meet people in the real world, most people are the same boring human, stressed out of her mind, human. No makeup because she's doing what men do, which is, oh, I'm not even going to try because that's her and his perspective is I'm not even going to try. Two, interesting characters where they are mentally thinking, oh, I'm going to just do, I'm barely here. I'm barely here. That's the slice of what to expect when you go out in the real world. Sometimes when you talk to people and you say, hi, I want to come over and say hi, it won't even register. This is about last weekend. A woman cold opened us back to back, meaning she did this. I wanted to chip in my thoughts. She did a double cold open, where typically after one attention getting thing, there is reciprocity. What this is, which is a double cold open about last weekend as a segment, is reciprocating when you got nothing. This is what most robot human carbon sucking, oxygen, nitric oxide mixing humans do, which is it's a Duracell battery on low power, low energy, low power, low processing, brains broken. That is the default of all of humanity right now. Let's it let's take advantage of that. I was going to mitigate saying that, but let's take advantage of that. The competition has never been worse. And you might be saying, "Oh, but Larry, you only have 700 subscribers." Bruh, like your 42A bra, if we're being honest, because the fiat mishandling, mismeasurement of your bra is you're wearing a bra that says 38C. But if we're being honest about your bra and your bra size, it's 44A. So 36C, 38C, that's impressive. Those are some Larry Chang levels of numbers. But I've met people that have self reported a 38C. It's really a 44A. It's just mashed up and formed where those necessarily aren't boob fat. That's just something else. It's back fat pulled to the front. That's why people say, well, it depends if I'm wearing a really good bra. What? What? Fiat boob is a segment that I should probably write down. Best Christmas ever, breast Christmas ever, Fiat boob. Larry, what do you do at Duck 9? Because you're on YouTube for an hour and a half talking about the dating report. Don't you get it? This is private equity. Don't you get it? This is deeply understanding capital knowledge. Do you get it? Because the dating report is the private equity report, which is can you do one deal with penis vagina? Can you do one deal? And I'm not talking about being gross and going all the way to third base. Ew, ew, stranger danger. I'm not talking about a four bagger. I'm talking about can you get to first base? That's problematic if you're looking at venture capital. Worst asset class known to ass or class is venture capital. So when you ask me about Duck 9, this is Duck 9. Deeply understanding carnal knowledge, because everything that I'm going to talk about in the next 41 minutes is pertinent to Duck 9, deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, deeply understanding how to do a turnaround. Do you understand that? Where you think that credit doesn't apply to this segment, which is credit. The name of this video is called The Dating Report. Who am I? I'm Larry Chang. My channel is What They Don't Teach You in School. This is basically, I got to spell it out for you, and I don't mean to talk to you like you're retarded. But the dating report is just a credit report for your vagina. Dating report It's just a credit report for your dating history. So, have you noticed that when you're dating somebody hot, all the other hot women also want to date you? This is the same thing as when you're doing a credit segment where your credit worthiness goes up when you're no longer unemployed. When we're talking to females or having females talk to us, a lot of times it's brokies. Now, am I sounding like a woman saying I don't want unemployed men talking to me? That was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. This is now where women are starting to aggressively cold open about last weekend. Welcome to the dating report. This video could end right now, and this would be a pertinent, applicable video about the dating report in the continental United States, where the money's fake, the boobs are fake, and the people are actually real because she's no longer wearing makeup because she's trying to date as if she's feminist driven. Have you seen women that go on dates with no makeup? Haha, I didn't even get ready for this because if you want me to put makeup on, cool. You didn't put makeup on. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to go get a pack of cigarettes, and I don't even smoke. And I might be gone for a while. I'm going to go get some milk. They don't sell milk at this bar. I'm going to go to the convenience store. Never come back. That's ghosting on the fly. That's about next weekend. This is a segment on about next weekend. What we're doing is we're mapping out segments so that way you don't have to wait to do appointment-based learning. What is you subscribing to Larry Chang, What They Don't Teach You in School? It's appointment-based for the future. You see, in the future on Thursdays, I'm going to be dropping a dating report. You do see that in the future, I'm going to be doing a live stream at the front lines of Putty, but you already know what's going to happen. Because what's going to happen is Amazing Shiitake called segment about this weekend. Appointment-based learning is where a content creator makes an announcement about an announcement. Worse, appointment-based learning is, hey, I'm going to come up with some genius content. Would you like to visit that content from behind a paywall? That's their business model. That's their level of competence. Because the content behind the paywall isn't going to be any good when the content in front of the paywall also sucks. You see, that's what women have. They have a content wall, but their content is a paywall, going to be a pay pig. This is what I'm talking about, is that women are the gatekeepers for sex. Men are the gatekeepers for relationships. So in using the paywall analogy, in writing the paywall analogy, what most men will do is say, hey, Larry, please write my letter of recommendation for Stanford. What you're gonna get is this is your protocol for get the knowledge of Stanford before you go to Stanford. Get the knowledge of 30 more segments on Thursdays called the dating report. Because appointment-based learning is where you're forcing yourself to wait to learn. I am not a big fan of forcing people to wait to learn. I'm a big fan of forcing people to wait for penis, but that's just another segment called being street smart. This works every time, 80% of the time. How thin are my chances of getting into Stanford computer science if I watch your lessons? Period. Jerry at cs.stanford.edu. Jerry is Jerry. This is your ability to listen and process information because you ask the question, I will screenshot it. That phone number is real, no pressure. The email, larry@duck9.com, that's real, no pressure to be able to send an email. So if you're sending an email to Jerry, and if you don't know who Jerry is, you're not getting in. Ever. Not even to the YouTube content that Jerry at cs.stanford.edu has, which is this. You're looking at a barrier to entry. You're looking at a barrier to access. You're looking at a wall that is erected that in effect acts like a moat, M-O-A-T. What this video is can you listen to the 50 plus genius components that I have engineered into something called the Dating Report? Here's another segment. It's called About This Weekend. Perfectly on cue for you, which is you're trying to throw a Hail Mary and trying to get me to write a letter of recommendation for you for Stanford. 1, I don't even know your name. Am I going to just say, hey, Jerry, hey, computer science department head, which you should know, Chicken Nugget would like to come? Like, you're not even using your real name. Nice. Rock Skipper 101 has chimed in. Synopsis establishing new connections. Please wait. So what he's doing is he's literally saying in a genius way, my brain is creating a new wrinkle. Watch me learn. My brain is creating a new wrinkle. Watch me learn. You just got surpassed because I haven't pinned your message. I just pinned his message. What we're doing here is computer science programming, which is done at the 4th grade level, which is preview, question, read, summarize, test, PQRST. You see, if you wanted to go to Stanford, you would have asked me a Stanford CS question about lecture number 19 within the engineering school, ROTJ. You would have asked me about that. You would have asked me about computer science 183E. You would have asked me a better question other than, hey, Larry, I've been a shitty student up till now, right? But if you get me into Stanford, I'm going to be an amazing student. This is how women talk. Larry, dating me is atrocious. I've slept with 2.5 guys in the time that I met you 6 months ago. But if you put a ring on it and give me half your net worth, I swear I'm going to be amazing and not wake you up with a BJ because that stresses you out. I swear I'm going to be better after we get married. Do you believe her? Do you believe her? She's still going to be mouth attacking me with shark-like behavior, eating that yummy Chinese serpent. A num 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 num. I told you that stresses me out. Okay, I told you that stresses me out. Midnight BJ, 4 a.m. BJ, those things stress me out. But Larry, if you marry me, I swear I'll stop doing that. You're going to do it even more. This is this is this is understanding that content creators, if my shit is amazing before the paywall, why even create a paywall? Do you like where that's going? Do you like where that's going? I feel like you understand for the first time. Dating Report, the apps. This is where we literally don't even need to name and shame people, which is app fatigue, dating app fatigue. Stop me if you've had a friend who got catfished. In the pictures, you were a 9. In person, you're a 6. That's called 69ing. I'm going to trademark that. Oh, see, there you go. See, there you go. Because you're talking about coding. Thank you. So you're talking about trying to code my brain by dragging me down. So then you said, and I screenshotted it, so after you delete it, it'll be too late. Yeah, Larry, I'm taking notes on how to be a male manipulator. So what you're inherently saying is that manipulation, but what you don't see is that I'm not programming men to manipulate women because that's incredibly hard. Think about what I said. What I'm doing here is I'm programming humans on how to go from failed request to date to failed request in cold opening failure, and going from failure to failure with great enthusiasm. Because what you're saying is that you don't want to experience that growth curve. Or you're saying, oh, but these are all male driven theories. This is very much She Builds. This is very much Untamed Glennon Doyle. If you don't know who Tori Dunlap is, maybe you should expand your feminist library, because I've read every book that is from the Dating Report. Her Bookshelf segment. It's a segment called Her Bookshelf. Thank you for manipulating my brain into becoming slightly better with your super beta female comment, which is, yeah, I'm taking notes on how to be a male manipulator. Perfect. Because I am having to manipulate my own brain to do what? To understand why her bookshelf has books that are half read. And when I say bookshelf, I don't mean a baller bookshelf like this bookshelf. I'm talking about a bookshelf where she's got a quarter shelf, she's got a small little shelf, a couple of throw pillows, and it's not even a library. It's just she's got 6 books. Maybe they're right by the TV, maybe they're by a nightstand. That's her bookshelf. The reason this is a segment is I need to know what books she's owned, because at one point in time, she was contemplating reading those books. Why is this a breakout segment called About Next Weekend? You see, when you go to a girl's place, being able to pull out, that's a pro maneuver. Meaning, hey, when you just grabbed me between my legs, I didn't say consent to that, so I'm going to go ahead and Hope that our next interaction is gonna include some dinner. See what I did there? See what I did there? You thought I was gonna levy an SA charge on her, a sexual acceleration charge, but instead I'm negotiating for dinner as I dip out to manage an existing account. As I manage an existing account. That's playing 5D vagina bookshelf. But before I dipped without taking off my pants or getting SA'd, sexually accelerated, what I did was I took a picture of her bookshelf. You see how segment about last weekend has a satellite segment called About This Weekend? Because this is about your next weekend. And if you're a female, that's cool. You can just take a picture of the guy's bookshelf. Good job. Good job. My cheddar chicken nugget, that was a farcical compliment for you, but you knew that. At least you're Canadian. Why are all my viewers Canadian? Doesn't matter. About next weekend, you're taking a picture of her bookshelf. You're taking a picture of her bookshelf. You're taking a picture of her bookshelf. In the same way that this is trash talk, I'm going to sleep with my girlfriend for me. I'm going to read her books for her, quoting her books back to her to let her know that the dating report is a book report on her books that she has not yet fully comprehended. Do you need me to review that? Why did you retract that message? That was good. Keep the epiphany. Unpublishing is very normal, where I'm trying to, oh, good job. Where I'm not trying to, but actually I am trying to. I'm trying to unfuck some of the females that are already fucked. Unfucking. Yeah, we want to live with errors. We want to live with nobody, not nobody cares. You don't have time to go slow. Book club, book report, dating report as a book report on the books that she has on her shelf. How is your Stanford recommendation letter Hail Mary effort coming along? How is it? How is it? These are the notes that I've been taking since this video started. These are the notes that I'm on right now. Computer code. This is page 2, which is 6 more segments, approximately. This is approximately 7 more segments. That's what's required when everyone else is vibe coding, where, oh, Larry, if I just had a Stanford degree, then I would no longer be unemployed. Oh, contraire, oh, contraire, oh, contraire. The genius component of the dating report as a book report on books on her shelf that she's either unread, never reread, or half read is an advantage that is inside of Duck 9, deeply understanding capital knowledge. Because nobody wants to listen to 4 days of Larry Chang talking about Excel spreadsheet jockeying. If you just look at page 278, you can see transduction, which is true but annoying, where like nobody deeply understanding capital knowledge. $ MSTR, $STRC, $STRD, $STRK, $STRF, $MSTR. People can't handle that much information, deeply understanding credit knowledge. Because you can ask me, hey, Larry, how's Duck 9 going? Or you could just look at the avalanche of money, which is the avalanche of putty, which is the dating report. You could watch Clavicular land vagina number, for him, 306. But while you're watching that vagina of 306, what you're getting demoralized at is vagina 307, 308, 309 is right there because that's his ass model. Is that a new segment? The ass model? I can't help it. I can't help it. If you're just joining and totally confused as to what's going on, what's wrong with you? So there's nothing wrong with you. Some of this stuff is just complex. What I'm talking about here is my channel. What they don't teach you at your feminist-driven college that is female-dominated about everything. What I did initially, because I used to be a blue pill advocate distributing blue pills, which is the first thing I understood were credit reports and how credit reports inaccurately charged poor people more money. So I manipulated poor people's credit report to help them become rich people. This works 100% of the time, every time. And if you balk at 100%, know that when a person aces 100.0% of the questions on the SAT, that is a methodology. Someone deeply understood comprehension knowledge in order to score 1600. Maybe you are 1,000 points away from a 1600 SAT score. Maybe you don't even know one person who scored 1600. This is this video, the dating report. This is the equivalent of scoring 1600 on an SAT. This is how it works. And before you say, Larry, I've been to college for 2 years. I'm 4 years away from an undergraduate degree. I don't care about the SAT. Oh, you're going to care because these next 3 sentences are going to drop your panties, your wet panties that are currently crusty dry, to the ground. 1600 SAT. Rich kids have an advantage going to tutoring. Larry Chang, SAT tutor. This is the new generation of SAT tutor. They're a 30-year-old taking the SAT. The SAT lets you pay to take the SAT. You could be my age, 28, and take the SAT. You take the SAT, and right after you take it, you write down every question. Then you give it to one of your students and say, this is the test that you're going to take in 2 months. Let me repeat that. So, an SAT tutor is some ratchet 30-year-old in a pedo situation taking a high school sophomore test, acing it, and then writing down all the questions after the test happens. Is this worth $50,000 per person that scores a 1600? Some would argue it's more because your blank blank university is giving you a full ride. Congratulations. You're in the minority, you're Caucasian, you play a sport. We need more Caucasians at this college. Oh, wait, it's the opposite. You are Caucasian or you're Chinese. We have enough of those. We have enough of those. Do you have a gold medal if you want to go to Stanford? Do you have another gold medal if you want to go to Stanford? Do you at least have a 1600 on your SAT? I have 2 gold medals. Can I come? Well, we actually have a bunch of people with medals here. Do you have a perfect score on your SAT? Not yet. Cool. Get a perfect SAT score and turn that silver into a gold, and then Stanford will recruit you. This is SAT. This is mushy, mushy, mushy. This is the dating report. Because you might be asking yourself, hey, why is this guy single? Why is this guy single? It's because I need her to get a quad admit PhD from Stanford Harvard. What's a quad admit? That's where you get a PhD in chemical engineering and law and a PhD in computer science while getting, obviously, a PhD in business, which should take you about 10 days to do the PhD thesis. You just use AI. Oh, wait, you could use AI Gemini 4 for all of them. Not to demoralize you, because that's not what the dating report is meant to do. It's meant to show you the algorithm. Oh my God. I'm reading from the script. The script is amazing. So the algorithm for life, I just explained to you. Because how can an SAT tutor memorize all the questions? Well, that happens. So you memorize all the questions, you write them down, and then you tutor somebody for $50,000 asking the question, would you like a perfect SAT score? And then before paying them $50,000 or 5 figures or 6 figures, or in my case, low 4 figures, back when I used to tutor the SAT, no one ever asked me what my SAT score was. But you should be asking your SAT tutor if behind the other side of this paywall, how many other people have gotten a perfect score? Valid question, right? Well, X number have gotten a perfect score. This is how to get a better score on your dating report. That's what makes this algorithm work again. Normally, I'm not this good on videos. Actually, that's not true. Every video, I am this good. There is no editing afterwards. There is only clip farming. There is no redos. This is one take. We're at the 49-minute mark. I'm talking about algorithm. So there's an algorithm for dating, and the marketplace for ideas is in flux. And when I mean ideas, I mean penis to vagina connections. That marketplace is in flux. The market values have been obfuscated. The true value of things has been mired. The ability to connect value to value is reduced. Have you ever seen a 4 dating a 4? No, nobody's dating. Have you seen a 4 trying to date a 9? Yeah, all the time. Have you seen a 8 dating a 10? Maybe. So when you're asking that question, you're getting away from, I mean, obviously you could do that, but that's not how to get 1600. You've been able to do that since Barron's sold test prep books. You've been able to do that since the College Board ACT has been selling test prep books, because the question was, can't you just prep using test replication software and focus on areas for improvement? Would you like to do that and then wonder what the questions are? Or would you like to pay some genius 30-year-old to memorize all the questions and then they give you all the questions? That's what the dating report is PQRST, because I'm going to give you the questions that they are going to ask. These are the questions that are currently not getting asked in the dating environment. We're still in the algorithm. Is this video not the best video that I've ever made? Right? These 3 questions are not getting asked. Question 1, hey, what do you do? Question 2, that should be asked, that is not asked, what do you drive? Question 3 is, will you buy me a drink? I am thirsty. So the reason that those questions are no longer getting asked is because she at the bar is default faux employed, fake employed, or actively unemployed and or not employable. Therefore, when you get asked, hey, what do you do for work? Finance. When you say, oh, what's that about? Oh, it's about running a dashboard and helping C-level executives deeply understanding capital knowledge and avoiding Chapter 9 bankruptcy, Chapter 11 bankruptcy, Chapter 7 bankruptcy, but the hidden form of bankruptcy, Chapter 9. And it's not municipal bankruptcy, it's the bankruptcy of quiet default and never-ending surrender and quiet struggle, pretending that the bankruptcy didn't occur. How about you? What do you do? She doesn't want to get porcupine the question of, you told me what you do. Now it's time for me to open up my LinkedIn and show you that behind the kimono, she has no job. Would you like to look at my left boob that's slightly bigger than my right boob? Because when she opens the kimono, which is she's underemployed or she's unemployed, which is why the algorithm states using LinkedIn as Larry Chang's dating app is hilarious. I'm not saying that you should use LinkedIn as your dating app, but I'm Larry Chang and you are not. But the algorithm is 3 questions. What do you do? What do you drive? Where do you live? Women have stopped asking men those questions because they are living at home, they are unemployed, and they are having a hard time. And this is not, haha, women are having a hard time. Because remember, I have 3,000 plus videos on how to be overemployed, basically manipulating the economic system to pull money. Kind of like how this video is for pulling putty. So it's, can you pull? Is what the cool kids are saying. Or more accurately, asking, can you pull? It's too confrontational. It's more, that guy, That tall drink of water in a cowboy hat, that guy pulls. Oh, oh. In Silicon Valley. Wait. You. That guy fucks. That guy fucks. Episode 6, Season 2. Russ Hanneman talking to Jared. The algorithm. When you're trying to pull opportunities, when you're trying to manipulate the economy, you have your brain in a pretzel. You have your brain in a pretzel. Because these are your progression of pretzel. Right now, there's a video. It's called 526. 527.26. There are 35 bullet points on being a pretzel. Pretzel. It causes men to short circuit. Pretzel. It causes women's immune system to attack itself. Pretzel. I'm watching your brain on pretzel. And this is not me calling you out. This is me programming your brain to no longer be acutely pretzel. Let's define what a pretzel brain is. Because maybe you like pretzels. Me, they're okay. The warm ones, a little bit of mustard, they're okay. But pretzel brain is where your inside small intestine, stomach, is in a knot. Also, your brain in a pretzel. Pretzel PhD thesis on why your brain is broken. It's mapped like a pretzel. Pretzel. Larry, please write me a recommendation for Stanford. Larry, how thin are my chances of getting into Stanford Computer Science if I watch your lessons? So what you're trying to do is you're trying to determine price and cost. Price of my videos is 0. Cost is having to invest time to learn. Because you're not going to do shit all until you get a clear reward. Tristan Tate actually talks about this exact thing on why people get stuck, pretzeled. Tristan Tate did not take the time to care about you or love you enough to understand what you just said, which is show me my reward and then I will show you my effort. How thin are my chances of getting into Stanford Computer Science if I watch your lessons? Let me translate that for you. You have spent 0 time. Maybe you've spent 20 minutes casually viewing my content because you thought I was good looking and funny, and you're secretly hoping that you could just sleep with me. Synopsis. Yeah, I'm taking notes on how to be a male manipulator. Now you've determined that I will never date you and give you half of my net worth. And now you're throwing up the surrender flag saying, oh, the patriarchy. Open your mouth and just take in this pretzel, which is, yeah, I'm taking notes on how to be a male manipulator. Oh, I am not manipulating males. I am manipulating myself so that way females throw vagina. I am manipulating my own 60 to 70 plus bank accounts. Right on cue for brands we love, Bank of Montreal. This is Hubert. He recommends that you start 3 bank accounts with Larry Chang money. And then you give some of that money to Larry Chang. That's Hubert. You should have a Harris banker. That's what Hubert says. You know what? Hubert's just going to look at me. Thanks, Hubert. You're very cute. You look like a little lion. I am manipulating my future money to go into a bank account and manipulating myself to wake up in the morning and then manipulating myself to go out on a Saturday night, manipulating myself to take a shower and get ready, which takes 90 seconds. And then after all that manipulation, I'm going to manipulate myself to not drink any alcohol where everyone else is happy and drunk. And I'm going to manipulate myself to not be annoyed by drunk people. And then after all that manipulation, 50 to 130 girls are going to want to throw their vagina around my cowboy hat because that's peacocking. And if this form of manipulation is going over your head, know that this form of manipulation gets my head going to wherever I deem it positive for me to go spelunking. That's the algorithm, because when you said, yeah, I'm taking notes on how to be a male manipulator, you're curtailing my 61 minutes of genius content. Did you have any gratitude? No. And I'm not asking you to say thank you. I'm not even asking you to like or subscribe, because come crash or hell or high water or an implosion of the dating room market in a communist construct or socialist construct, Web 5, Web 12 is what saves you. Maybe you don't even know what Web 12 or Web 5 are. There are 3,000 videos about Web 5, Web 12. And I've even labeled some of the Web 12, Web 5 content to the tune of 400 plus videos. That's my level of manipulation, because some of those videos will never go viral, which is Y Combinator speak for I don't know why no one at Y Combinator understands distribution or go to market, and the truths that I dropped right at 310 Pioneer. Y Combinator. Who understands YC distribution better, Larry Chang or Y Combinator? That would be Larry Chang, not at Y Combinator. Well, not right now anyway, but YC adjacent, YC ally. Why would you mitigate my own manipulation of myself? Why would you mitigate that? Why would you? You would, but whatever. Tell me, if you're being honest, what your full name is, because I can see it. You should tell it to me. That's the algorithm, which is women. The algorithm. How many times are women asking you for, hey, what is your job? Hey, what do you drive? Hey, where do you live? To women, hey, what is your Instagram? 2, what is your LinkedIn? 3, where is your bank account? Because I argue that in the ability to interrogate, hey, I'm trying to figure out if this guy is a Chad or a beta plow horse. This is what no one will ever tell you. This is what's, in my mind, hilarious. There's so much manosphere content that is, oh, women just want to find alpha chads that are alpha males. But no one's ever said this simple question, because no one else is the vagina whisperer, which is, Have you ever asked a woman how good she is at VC? Because if VCs, venture capitalists, can't understand vagina whisper confessions, who's to say what's alpha and what's beta? Does that make sense? Here's the problem. Let me try to just say it simply. The problem is if a VC can't tell who the alpha male is as an alpha male, because I'm an alpha male, I literally cannot tell who well, I can tell, but okay. So as an alpha, I can read who the other apex executors are, not the apex predators, because the apex economic drivers. You see, it's not about predating. Well, it is. But predator is where you're consuming, and it's not about consumption. Here's a great manipulation question. Larry, can you manipulate yourself to consume very little? That's predator. This got way too philosophical. Let me make it super simple. Is that women don't know who the alphas are. People keep saying these mythical figures of Chad and Tyrone. But have you ever met a Tyrone or a Chad that was 15% or 5% of one Lawrence? Have you met Lawrence before? Have you met Lawrence before? That's an alpha where you're like, what? Everything you tell me sounds like it's fake. Fake one is, I can't believe you can just dunk cold. Two, I can't believe that you are a gender studies major. How in the world do you understand autoimmune diseases, polycystic ovarian syndrome, and it's some vaginal dysfunction, endometriosis, thyroid condition, autoimmune. Are you a doctor? You sound fake. I'm going to call bullshit. Which people don't even Google the standing PhD thesis over at Harvard. That's Chad and Tyrone adjacent to Lawrence. Because women's judgment, it's not the dating report. This is the dating report, which is why on the other side of, oh my God, some of the things that you say are kind of toxic. Even your utilization of the word TOXIC, oh, green tea is delicious. So, TOXIC. Every time you hear this word about next weekend, every time you hear this word this weekend, because what's annoying about morning routines is that rich people do morning routine all mother scratching day. What's also rich people shiitake is the weekend starts for rich people. It starts on Thursday and it ends on Friday. where there's an 8-day weekend. That's annoyingly true about rich people. Is that another segment? The 8-day weekend? What you are witnessing is how to create, because this video is called The Dating Report, and it's got a four-way going. So a menage a trois is a three-way. Menage a quattro is a four-way. TOXIC is a turnaround, which is a segment. Let me try to sum up where we're at right now, because we're not getting lost in the weeds. I'm not lost in the weeds, but I feel like I might be losing people on their third listen. You're really close. This is your benefit. When people say, content creators, when they say Chad and Tyrone, they don't know that women don't know how to evaluate Lawrence, Tyrone, or Chad. When there's a fundamental inability to price discover, that causes the dating environment to be muddy. And I'm not talking about mud plunging, mud finding, mud diving, or mud sharking. I'm talking about Lawrence, where when you explain who Lawrence is, people say there's no way. What was my first experience of Lawrence? This is deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. This is Larry the Starfish. He is adjacent to Dickie the Duck. Welcome to private equity. I'm running your desk for leveraged finance. So this is deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. There's always been a Chinese guy like me. This is still Lawrence. Deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, digital credit, deeply understanding digital credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge at a sorority house, helping women with their FICO score, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge for Stanford Engineering, spec class, computer science, 183E. Look at your TOXIC, look at your ability to process Dickie the Duck. Because what is Lawrence in the first time I confronted this, which is student athlete. Remember, Chad Tyrone, that's a one-trick pony. A one-trick pony doesn't get it done. That's not student athlete. That's a person who's athletic, who may have horrible bat to ball skills or glove to ball skills. This is why when you hear Chad and Tyrone, remember this double orange pill. Because when you take one single red pill, or 1 to 3 of them, you're going to get a black pill, which is why women, they're black pilled when they don't put on makeup. Women's black pill. The hits keep coming. The hits keep coming. Do you feel the hits coming? Lawrence, student athlete. When red pill content generators give you 1 to 3 red pills, they're brokering you to be black pilled. This is gloriously good news for me. And when it's good news for me, it's good news for you too. Which is TOXIC. I'm doing this drug free. TOXIC Lawrence. I first came across this, and this matters to you because people are going to accuse you of the same things when you start to benefit from the dating report. Layer 2 venture capital, the hits keep coming. Slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay. Slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay. I should pay you guys a intellectual property sharing fee. Oh wait, I already did. Oh wait, I already did. Oh wait, I already did. Your goal is to call yourself co-creator of the dating report. Because the dating report, slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay. Slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay. So cute, right? Slap a stuffed animal on it and make it slay. Chad Tyrone Lawrence. Chad Tyrone Lawrence. Females can't figure out who the alpha males are until you manipulate yourself, and then they get the byproduct ancillary effect of the fact that you manipulated yourself. Clip that. The reason we're clipping that is when you try to manipulate other people using pickup artistry, when you try to manipulate another person using persuasion, that NLP doesn't chunk up or chunk down sleight of mouth, which is chapter 3, because you can try to reframe all you want, chapter 2, but what the book of the future, which is NLP, 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 oh my God, this script is amazing, which is Natural Lawrence Protocol, which is reframing chapter 2, sleight of mouth, chunking up, chunking down, chapter 3, sleight of mouth. This is like a playlist, which is you're running a mental program encoding yourself in the same way that I had to belittle myself to run Duck 9, deeply understanding credit knowledge, digital underground credit knowledge, deeply understanding capital knowledge, venture capital, private equity, deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, turnarounds, Stanford Engineering, CS 183, D as in distribution, and E as in editing, which is based on a $3 textbook called New Business Ventures and the Entrepreneur. $3. $3. Well, now it's $170. But do you think $170 is too much to spend on a textbook? Where if you're not getting $275,000 of value from this video, because what this video is I'm doing a turnaround of the United States dating market using a segment called The Dating Report. And let's say you question my macro ability. Let's say you question Lawrence Chang ability to turn around an entire dating marketplace. Let's say you don't think that YouTube has enough reach. Let's say you think that content uploaded to Steve Chen and Chad Hurley's website won't get traction. If you think I'm right, you're right. If you think I'm wrong, you're also right for you. Which is a segment. It's called 3 Red Pills is Your Black Pill, Chad Tyrone Lawrence. Because women aren't just going to go for a one-tool baseball player. Have you seen baseball players that date hot women? The one-trick pony, the one-tool player, that's a thing of the past. Plus, have you ever looked at consensus amongst even baseball scouts? Larry Chang, Scout Whisperer. Hashtag Scout Whisperer, which is if men can't tell what other men have all 5 tools, there is no way that a female can figure out who 3 dudes are. Chad, Tyrone, or Lawrence. Zero ability. Why am I harking on this point? Because red pill content producers are trying to red pill you on something that is antiquated. Meaning, every time you hear Chad and Tyrone, think 5/28/26, Larry Chang's dating report. Because there may not be another video on the dating report. Maybe my channel is going to get mitigated further by Susan Wojciechowski from the other side of life. Because when you hear Chad and Tyrone and Lawrence, that is a old algorithm. Nobody knows the value of everything. Okay. The reason that Chad and Tyrone and Lawrence are mythical creatures, let's take 3 mythical creatures and let's make them real, which is these 3 starfish. I can't help it. I just ace everything. I'm not even playing tennis. But if I were to try to play tennis, I bet I could ace a pro tennis player, definitely a pro women's player, definitely a college D1 tennis player. I could ace her if I could shoot 4 games, I could ace her 1 time. I know this is acing it every time. Chad, Tyrone, Lawrence. What red pill people have accidentally done is they've let something get stuck and now they're not able to get unstuck. Me, I actually have a playlist on YouTube. It's called 3 Red Pills Equals a Black Pill. Chad, Tyrone, Lawrence. My channel's on What They Don't Teach You in School. This is what they don't teach you on YouTube, which is when women are having a hard time knowing who Chad and Lawrence are, They're having a hard time because I can't even figure out who Chad, Tyrone, and Lawrence are. And this isn't like the definition for porn, which is porn. I'll know it when I see it. That is also ephemeral. That is also non illuminated. That is also not transparent, which is Chad, Tyrone, and Lawrence. When scouts can't tell nor agree, it's the same thing as venture capital. Deeply understanding venture capital, deeply understanding why 60 bank accounts are required because the FDIC limits are at 250K or 500K, which is banks going out of business because your savings are not being saved at the bank. Scout whisperer. When people don't agree on price or value, this macroeconomic condition is called when price discovery dies. So price discovery is value discovery. Value discovery is Chad Tyrone. And these red pill people are explaining Chad and Tyrone as if price discovery didn't die. This is the thing that I understand, which nobody wants me on their podcast for because nobody wants to get owned mentally. Nobody wants that, which is why this monologue, it works perfectly, fully defensible, even in feminist strongholds such as the San Francisco Bay Area. True story, lesbian whisperer. Just the tip of my brain into your heart. Chad, Tyrone, Lawrence. When price discovery died in the stock market, when price discovery died within assets, when price discovery died with commercial buildings, the effect permeated everything. This is the fiat dating report. That's a clip because what we're solving is the fact that dating, it's broken, but it's not broken in one way. It's broken in a way that requires 13 PhDs to dig out of. Macroeconomics, microeconomics, computer science, sales, an MBA, physics. Oh, your vagina, it's governed by the 3 laws of thermodynamics. Do you have a PhD in mechanical engineering? Fluid dynamics, which is an offshoot of mechanical engineering. Rocket science. This isn't rocket science. Oh, it is rocket science. This is what makes this video march towards your ability to go from 0 to 1 involuntarily, voluntarily, no longer celibate. Going from 0 to 1, you don't want to listen to a outed, self-outed, someone else outed homosexual on how to go from 0 to 1 vagina, which is also red pill content, wanting you to go from 1 vagina to 0, 1 to 0. There's actually other people that have comedy on 1 to 0, which is 1 to 0. It's every politician going from 1 good city, New York City, to 0. Because 0 to 1, 1 to 0, it's funny to people that run a desk on deeply understanding capital knowledge. Mike Green. Mike Green, friends with Peter Thiel, self-reportedly homosexual. I am also homosexual. Please refer to my gender and do not misgender me. She, they. Going to a lesbian wedding in Chicago on the 27th. Will somebody look to see if there's a baseball game for the Cubs around the 27th? June 27, Chicago Cubs baseball schedule. Blue Diamond almonds, David Weekley's favorite. The Cubs are in Milwaukee. Close enough for after the lesbian wedding. Perfectly on cue for this triumvirate, aka three-way, aka Menage, which is product management, tech sales, cold opens. So the reason that that's a three-way is that's the G spot of computer science, product management. That's the G spot of computer science, which is distribution. That's the G spot of the dating report, which is your deal flow, aka your cold opens. But this is not where you manipulate women in the NLP. It's where you're manipulating yourself first and second and 10 times. And when I say manipulate myself, I'm not saying FAP and go CO, FAP and CO. Oh my God. Which is what women do, by the way, which is flog dolphin and then go say hi to people, FAP and CO, cold open. FAP and NAP is what the default marketplace does. That's not good. What's better is cold opens, tech sales, and product management. This is the Grafenberg spot for the economy, which is, can you create something AI, AGI? Can you ship it? Can you charge somebody for content that you got for free at Larry Chang's, Chad Hurley, Steve Chen's website, youtube.com/Larry Chang? Because if you can't sell one for $800 and then keep all $800, you have not even watched the dating report one time, which is, can you sell one? I gotta have a new page of notes. This dating report concept, it's either a one hit 30 wonder, or wait for appointment-based learning and wait for 15 more videos for 1,700 wonders, or you just do something with the knowledge that you just got. Clipped it. So the reason selling one for $800 is, if you can't see that this video is worth $8,000, there's something broken about you, but no judgments. Let's continue. Dating report, a safe space for men and women. Why is this a safe space? Because it's just video and it's mostly funny, but it's 100.0% my version of the truth. Neuro linguistic programming segment, which is distribution. So the reason that Chad, Tyrone, and Lawrence are not being discovered or not being recognized is it's a mythical Lawrence. It's a mythical Tyrone. It's a mythical Chad. Because when you ask women, you'll get a buckshot that has no precision whatsoever. That's neuro-linguistic programming. That's natural Lawrence precisioning. It's based on neuro-linguistic programming, John Grinder and Richard Bandler. Perfectly on cue is asking bad questions. Does Larry smoke the green like he makes the green? That's the question. Because every accusation is a confession where you're saying you like to smoke green, which is, I'm going to assume, marijuana. So this is also what women do, is every accusation is a confession. Ditto the can I which is, can I manipulate myself to do self-improvement? Toko has chimed in to say hi. Self-improvement segment. Can you self-improve at working on getting better at comedy in conversations? Which is the interruption they expected, which is PQRST. Maybe when you and I hang out directly that you don't try to be funny. You can try to be funny, but you can't be funny and inaccurate. And you definitely cannot be funny and try to pull me down, because that kind of humor is shitty humor. This is why self-improvement segment, which is working on getting better at comedy. Let me give you an example of what to do, which is the comedy of Chad, Tyrone, Lawrence. It's the comedy of triples. Comedy. Have you met Lawrence before? That's comedy because Larry is short for Lawrence. What is a bad example of comedy is where you tear a person down and saying, just kidding, where you're neuro-linguistically programming yourself to be your same loser self, the self that got touched or ruined when you were a child, and now you're having to deal with trauma, and now your immune system is out of whack, and you've got some kind of dysfunction that extrapolated forward turns into dis-ease. Self-improvement. Can you make one part of your temple, your body, can you make one part of your temple operate slightly better? About last night's conversation where she talks about micros as if that's even like, what? That's in your lexicon? Micros is micropenis. And erection, or some guys that I've met have not been able to get hard. This is self-improvement where your body's your temple. I'm not going to advocate penis exercises, but I will advocate, can you make one thing slightly better? Can you improve your posture? Can you improve your torsion field? Can you improve pulling up the spinal fluid and into your brain to create a pineal gland experience that removes your ability to need to have marijuana? Question, Larry. Does Larry smoke the green like he makes the green? That's the question. See? And that's where every accusation is a confession. Self improvement, marketing skills. Distribution is selling and sales. Marketing skills is even easier and has no negative ramifications. It's also got very little upside, which is, can you market the dating report? Do you have any kind of self improvement with marketing skills? Creating economy improvement. What can you do in the economy for 7 to 12 minutes per week that is improving the economy around you? Here's the easiest one, which is you pick up 3 pieces of trash and you put it into a trash bucket. Me, I'm advanced. I will turn around a palm tree that is dying. I will turn around a dumpster that is currently looking like the fact that a fire would be able to improve it. So your dumpster's bad when if a fire would improve your real estate value. Have you heard, oh, that stuff's a dumpster fire? Well, a dumpster fire would literally be an improvement. That's not good. That's not good. So instead of lighting it on fire to improve it, could you improve it without lighting it on fire so that way people won't say a dumpster fire would make that situation better? Self-improvement, how to dress. When you can't improve slightly how you dress, you're not even trying to self-improve. This is where how to dress or how to do makeup. This is why some women, because women have become black-pilled, don't want to dress well, which is why if a woman shows up dressed horribly, look for your nearest exit. Your nearest exit is probably behind her, because if she's not trying to self-improve or put her best foot forward, she doesn't even want to be there with you. And this is not red pill, don't buy her a meal because red pill, and then now you're fighting for the bill and saying, oh, the bill's come. Are you coming over afterwards? Oh, no? Okay, let's split it. What kind of retard is doing that? This is the dating report, which is, have you been presented with 50 videos of a guy saying, are you going to come home with me afterwards? And if you're not coming home with me afterwards, you're going to be paying for your dinner and your drinks. That is content. That kind of content is non-actionable. It's brain rot. That's the dating report, which is the self-improvement segment, which is, Larry, how would you handle that situation? Which is self-improvement. You push the bill towards her and you say, just because you're paying doesn't mean I'm automatically going to go home with you. Push her the bill. Self-improvement. Now having to deal with the fallout. It's not, I forgot my wallet. Oh, I have my wallet. It's not, oh, my credit line, it's almost tapped. It's not anything other than, oh, the bill's here. Push her the bill. Just because you're buying me dinner, don't expect the world. I'm kind of tired. I'm probably going to want to go home after this. And then watch what she does, because 9 times out of 5, she'll be like, okay, but you're getting the next one. And then I'll say, You're probably going to have to treat because I'm the one getting us into New York Fashion Week. You're just my plus one. Self-improvement segment forking to this segment, which is dinner first and coach. You see, when you watch retarded content of, I'm not going to buy you dinner, are you coming home with me? That's the blind leading the blind. The dating report. It is not about being retarded, brain rotting to be continuing to be retarded, as you then come to the conclusion, I'm never going to eat food with the gender I'm trying to bump grown-ups with. That's people's conclusion, which is, I don't do dinner dates. What? Dinner bill comes, you push the bill. Doesn't matter if it's a first dinner, doesn't matter if you pick the spot. But if definitely she picked the spot, perfect. You push the bill towards her and you tell the host, she's going to be taking care of this. And just because you are, doesn't mean I'm going to come home with you. It's getting kind of late and I'm kind of full. I don't burp after food, but you can maybe push out a burp. In my culture, burping in her face turns her on. I'm kind of full. See what she says. Because why are you offering to split it? Like, she should be able to treat you. And if she's not treating you, you've not watched my video called Dinner, First Class, Coach Class. Because eating dinner with Larry Chang has enough ROI for her UCLA computer science degree with a master's from I fucking forget. Because with women, it's default master's degree. Did I stutter? I did not stutter. Because this is self-improvement segment, how to dress. This is self-improvement segment on how to plan and get organized. This is self-improvement segment for how to stick your dinner date with the bill. Dinner first coach. This is self-improvement of, speaking of dinner, nutrition and diet. How is your nutrition? How is your diet? Do you have energy? Or are you pooping out because you have low T, low D, low N? The N word, hard N, nutrition. It starts with N, it ends with N. Diet, nutrition. Brain and brain chemical. If you're not self-improving your brain, you're fudged. Self-improvement segment within the dating report. Within the dating report also is selling one. You don't have to sell a future Larry Chang book on neurolinguistic programming, John Grinder, Richard Bandler, Larry Chang, Tony Robbins. You could, but that's semi-hard. You should just sell one book, which is the swan song flagship book called Larry Chang, Watch Larry Chang, Becoming Supernatural. Or the book Stepping Towards a New Destiny. You know what? Don't even sell an entire book that already exists. Just sell one chapter, Stepping Towards a New Destiny, chapter 14. I can't help it. Selling one is kind of my jam. Selling one is my jam. Case studies, perfectly on cue. The dating report, case studies. And if you're thinking that this is a recording, you're retarded. You are retarded. That's okay. Because this is not a recording. I am watching you via CCRM, which is me watching you watch this. CCRM. It's where YouTube becomes a two-way street. It's a play off of client resource management, CRM software, CCRM. There's more C, there's more customer, there's more customer client relationship management. What's my channel? What they don't teach you in school at the female driven school that you half attended, because now we get to fully attend. Case studies. It's a segment on people that heard something on YouTube and then made a self improvement. That is case studies. Case studies, chapter 10, Becoming Supernatural. Case studies, chapter 6, Becoming Supernatural. Gears and gadgets. So, most of the time when you think gears and gadgets, you're thinking some $2,000 tech tool that is a gadget. You don't need the expensive ones. This costs $13. It's available at my friend Jeff's grocery store, Whole Foods. Gears and gadgets. Can you take 2 starfish, bring them to a bar, and then have free beer? Get free beer. Gears and gadgets. Can I borrow your cowboy hat? Can I hold your starfish? Can I play with your gear and your gadgets and your tools? Gears, gadgets for your tool to be kissed. Scout Report. It's a segment on scouting, which is most people, when they're at a venue or in the real world, their ability to scout is actually very low because they can't read the room. It isn't just reading the room, it's not even be able to be present, breathe, and see the things that are swirling around you. What are you paying attention to? How is the market, the dating report, how is it acting? How things might turn out? Where if you're so self-conscious that you're solopolistically me, that you chime into a live stream and it's immediately about me. Larry, make me money. Larry, how do I turn my boba tea business into a franchise? Me. And I'm going to tell you, you don't got a shot. You don't have a shot because you're me first. And that's how you treat your clients, where pay me money so I won't go bankrupt. Come back better after your timeout. Because what if you turned your boba shop into the location to premiere the dating report? Hey, come to my boba shop and get hot Asian people pictures of eating boba. Swallow my balls, which is boba, which is ball swallowing. I'm not a big ball swallowing fan, but if that's your thing. Does that answer your question for me? Because that's incredibly solopolistic, where you're thinking just about yourself. And that's okay. That's okay. But why don't you respond to something that I've talked about? Because all of it applies. So you saying that you've wasted time watching my videos is not a justification for future solopolism. So I said something about your boba shop. Do you remember what I said? Because you haven't been watching for half a year. You don't have 1 month of experience. You have 270 days of day ones. Does that make sense? You don't have 270 days of knowledge. You have 271 1-minute knowledges. Does that make sense? Because you're not stacking wins. Oh my God, this should be another segment, stacking wins. I can't help it. I can't help it. See, the wrong way segment. You see, you're doing it the wrong way. The wrong way is, hey, Larry, I'm 270 deep. I'm 270 deep. You're not 270 deep. There you go. Because you're claiming that you are 270 wins, but you're honest and you're emotionally true, and congratulations. And also, why are you on your 270th video watching this but not liking it? And that's an indication, because your brain is in a pretzel where you're like, I'm going to withhold my liking. Are you withholding? Because you're not holding out on me, you're holding out on yourself. That's pretzel, that's stacking wins. Because you confessed that my note sheet is still blank. What's going to be more likely? Your blanking out, or me stacking more notes than you? Not to say that you're the student and I'm the teacher. I'm not saying that. Because I am saying I got this genius shit from yesterday. I got this genius shit from yesterday. Oh my God. The dating report segment is shit I learned from user chat. Shit I learned from user comment. This is stuff I learned on user content, because this is funny shit guys say or text right on cue for DJing the segments together. Let me repeat that. Funny shit guys say or text. Because you saying my note sheet is still blank, I just committed it all to memory. Because prior to that, I told you, you don't have 270 videos of experience. You have 271 experiences, meaning each experience is getting you stuck at one. It's a playoff of, I have 17 years of experiences within credit and digital credit. Does a person have 17 years, or do they have 17 for I'm coughing up a hairball because you're having me explain to you that you're having not 270 units of time experience, you're having 270 first steps that you're attempting to take step one, and you're getting stuck. You're stuck. This is pretzel brain. The countermeasure, the solution for it is stacking wins, because you refuse to stack even one win. This is how I'm going to stack a win for you within the dating report, which is, you have an existing boba shop. It's in North Carolina, right? You are not using the Luma API to say, hey, we're going to have a dating report segment launch party that's going to take place on Saturday night, period. Also, for another Saturday night, because a segment that you are not here for, which is about next weekend. About next weekend is a Joe Dispenza book club at your boba shop at 4:45 p.m. on a Saturday. When does it end? It ends at 5:15. Why is it only 30 minutes? Because you don't have enough time to do a 2-hour party. What's the cost? It's $13 for a boba, but if you prepay it on Instagram and you actually show up, I will give you your $13 back and a boba. But then that hit your Instagram for, if you've got more than 50,000 followers, you can have a free boba at my boba book club. That just rolls off the tongue. This is creation. This is a past segment, which is you're trying to manage your business. I'm talking about creating new customers by cold opening. Why would I see? Look, you're saying retarded stuff, saying, let me buy you a bus ticket. I'm not going to. This conversation's going poorly now. When we have this conversation in person, it'll continue to go poorly because I just told you how to do an LCRRM buying women that have 50,000 followers a free boba. And then you say, after I say genius shiitake, you say, let me buy you a bus ticket? Are you mother scratching retarded? That would be yes. No judgments. But why would I ride a bus from Miami to North Carolina? Right? But that's just your brain because that's you. That's funny shit guys say or text. You're a part of the segment. Oh, Larry, you're a little harsh. This is what's required because in school, everybody got an A and everybody's unemployed. Well, maybe not everybody, but UT's got an unemployment rate that's majority. Let me repeat that because horns down. UT, super majority of May graduates, zero job. And working at a coffee shop, that's not a job. It's an honest job. But did you need to go to a college that promised you to change the world and now you're stirring up kind of shitty lattes, not being able to draw an animal because you're not even doing that job well, which is how you're doing your boba business, which is let me buy you a bus ticket. Thank you for knowledge activating. Funny shit guys say or text. Because how you text, maybe you're not dating women, but this is the dating report. How you text, how you neural language program, how you naturally Larry Lawrence program, NLLP, easy for me to say. Because this is funny shit guys say or text or comment on YouTube, which is let me buy you a bus ticket. This is how you sell. You're trying to sell me on a bus ticket. Laughable, which is you're trying to say things that don't work, which are retarded things that you're saying, which is why the segment's called Funny Shit Guys Say or Text. I'm not making it up as a genius. I literally wrote that down. I literally just wrote that down. Which is funny shit guys say. The thyroid. And this is how you pitch, which is why don't you want the bus ticket? Aren't you down for an adventure? I'm not going to ask you your ethnicity, but it's called dinner first class coach class. It's not called boba tea, bus ticket, and shitty hotel. Because it's called dinner first coach. The reason it's called dinner first coach is because after dinner, which is a Michelin star restaurant, it's first class ticket, it's coach. Here's the thing. Even if you were to offer a first class ticket on an airplane, I'm going to aggressively say no fucking thank you. Because this is the second time or fifth time you've offered a bus ticket, which means you've got scarcity mindset big in ethno circles, which is also crabs in a bucket. Oh my God, that's another segment. Crabs in a bucket. I'm not even a crab, and you're trying to pull me into your bucket. Why are you watching other people's content when you met and discovered Larry Chang's content? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to consensus. Remember, funny shit guys say, thyroid. You're allergic to winning. Is it an auto retard disease? What is auto retard disease? ARD. Auto retard disease is where you discovered Larry Chang self-admittedly 6 months ago. Yet you're trying to thyroid up other people's roid, rage, retarded content, because everything that I'm going to say to you after the first class ticket, I already said in a YouTube video. Everything that I'm going to say, I already said. But you haven't been able to dig that up because you think that you need to pay me $9 million in order for me to read what I already wrote. Does that math make sense? Because this is why people pay me middle seven figures, because I don't want you to pay me middle seven figures. Just do it yourself. This is called, comma quote, how to do what Duck 9 does without having to hire Duck 9. So when you say, Larry, let's stay positive here in this stream. We are all here trying to become better. You're trying to crab in a bucket a eighth time. Because when you're trying to say be positive, you're saying I'm retarded. Don't hold me accountable. Because this is the dating report. This is 3 laws of thermodynamics. This is people keeping people accountable. This is funny shit guys say, the assertion, which is, I know you like the crab in the bucket mentality, because this segment is still funny shit guys say or text, funny shit guys say on the YouTube comments. The assertion is this, is that never be negative got you to the point where you're saying a remedial solicitation, which is, Larry, let me buy you a miserable red coach bus ticket because I have poverty mindset and I would like to pollute my poverty mindset into your genius shiitake. Period. That's crabs in a bucket. New segment. Perfect for you, Leroy, because I am just that generous. It's called Technical Hacks. So before you throw a Hail Mary, Ryan Gosling, pun intended. So before you throw, and there you go. See, that's what crabs in a bucket say. That's what crabs in a bucket say is, Larry, you were born rich. And that's where you're saying that you can't get to first base because I'm standing at third base. And that's why you're going to miss this segment, which is okay. It's called technical hacks. Because when you're a white person pretending to be a black person, you are trying on in your multiple personality disorder. Don't see your, because you're very creative in pretending to be black. But I just caught you being, are you Jewish? Oh my God. I just figured it all out. This is technical hacks, which is you're trying to sell me on the fact that you were N-word soft A. But I caught you. I caught you from Desert, New Jersey. I caught you. I caught you. Because this is technical hacks. This is motivational listening. This is motivational reading. Because you're running on multiple Gmail alphabet accounts and you are actually not African American. I will buy you 5 franchises if you can send me via text message your driver's license within 80 miles of North Carolina. I will buy you 5 with a driver's license picture that you're actually black. Gotcha! So what I'm doing right now isn't speed reading. I'm able to tell you your fortune without even seeing your face, your fingerprint, I have nothing to go on aside from YouTube username and language. This is NLP, which is the words that you select convey who you are, because you're actually not black. Busted. Busted. Is this crazy? Because you're not gender swapping, which you have. You're ethno swapping, which I caught you. Because I caught you. This is technical hacks, but more so, this is speed reading people. Imagine if I got your tonality. Imagine if I got your physiology. Because right now I'm only getting words and you're not speaking them, you're just writing them out. Oh, all of a sudden super quiet. It's crazy how well I can read this. Have you seen me do this in other instances where people say a few things and I show my IQ at the ends of the bell curve? Corner case, you're welcome. Remember, 5 franchises. If you can send me a picture of your African American face in the next 24 minutes. Oh, I love my brain. Segment, talking points for women. So the way that men, Chad, Tyrone, Lawrence, lie is different from talking points for women from women and how women lie. There should almost be a next segment called interrogation, because interrogation is amazing. It's amazing. What interrogation is being able to go on dates and not sound like a feminist interrogator. Because the questions that people ask convey who they are. This is from a concept called you can become Caucasian even if you're brown very easily. Be, but it's nuanced in the fact that you're going to need to drop your ethnicity's baggage and not say, "Oh, but my country's amazing." Then why are you in America ripping on America? Where I know that America's amazing. This is my last stand. This is why 3 presidents have said to me, "Larry, you are America's best resource." Thank you. Which is segment talking points for women. So here are the talking points for women, because it's not just a channel for men complaining about women. No, 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 no. This is a channel for women to better socially and economically climb and to be a better protagonist in your girl boss movie. This is hypergamy, but with a computer science twist. This is hypergamy, where you're able to land a better than Chad and Tyrone. You're landing a Lawrence. This is hypergamy, which is every female who's trying to date better is default hypergamous. This is how to be better at monogamy prior to you being unaware of hypergamy. This is not me red pilling women. This is a segment, talking points for women, which is how to deal with cold opens, how to not be mother henned by the obese girl that's in your group, how to build a pop up entourage, how to work a room. These are talking points for women. This is how to socioeconomically climb while in a room. This is page 3 of 5 for the Dating Report. This is a segment on talking points for women. Point counterpoint segment. So the sexes are at odds with each other. Women are at odds with men. Men are at odds with women. So this is a segment on points and counterpoints, because her politics leaks out. Her autoimmunity, it leaks out. Her hormonal imbalance and brain rot, it leaks out. Her brain fog, it's going to be crabs in a pot, because if you're the sum total of the 5 YouTube viewers, YouTube content creators that you consume, if you're the sum total of the 5 people that you non-existently hang out with because we don't have friends, you don't have friends, we're definitely going to be the sum total of the 5 women that we're inserting our macro penis into. Or the 1 woman, if you so choose to be monogamous in your 3-way, which I recommend that you do, which is how to no longer be addicted to 3-ways, which is she stays on the cuck chair and there is a safety bubble. That's how you do a 3-way monogamously, which is her brain, crabs in a pot, is going to be affecting your brain. That's this segment called point counterpoint, because she's going to bring up points that she got from a podcast that are half baked. Point counterpoint. Full circle. She's going to have books that she got a surge of motivation. She actually purchased the Glennon Doyle book. She actually purchased the Tori Dunlap Financial Feminist book. Yes, I'm reading because I don't have these books off the top of my head. she's going to be focused on a book called She Builds by Sarah Gelner that she got a surge of motivation to read, and then now she's got talking points. Or she watched or listened to a podcast, half watched while hiking or exercising. Oh, I like to multitask. So while I'm doing cardio, I'll listen to your podcast, point, counterpoint. So when she brings up not even half baked points, the counterpoint is going to need to help her fully bake it. That's the segment called point, counterpoint. Point, counterpoint is merged and acquired, Duck 9 hat tip, by take a picture of her bookshelf or her sloppy pile of books or her actual bookshelf, just because she has a shelf for the books, and notice how she stacks the books. If she stacks them like a bookshelf, yeah, that's how she stacks knowledge. If she's stacking her books face up in a big pile of books, she's not ever referencing books. So this is how I stack my books, is I stack them based on page content. This is how I stack. That's how I stack my live streams. That's how I stack my live streams. This is live streams from the past couple weeks. This is a girl's book. So she's got a book on her bookshelf. And when she's got a book, I'm going to do point counterpoint for the books that she has in her bookshelf. Why do I do this? It's because I run the dating report. Why do I want to get in her brain? It's because I'm not manipulating her brain. I'm manipulating my brain to understand why she bought the book or did a master's degree on your body keeps the score, or the book recommendation which changed the vaginal trajectory of hundreds of women, which is a hot girl who's blonde with big boobs telling me to heart brain coherence score of 6.7 and running some next level game while having knockers that are 34D. Skinny, skinny. Like she looked like she's going to topple over. This is talking points for women, which is, hey, you in the cowboy hat, you look like you have a heart brain coherence score of 6.7. What? What are you, some PhD hottie who looks like a stripper? Actually, I am. My name's Victoria. What's your name? My name is Jaw on Floor. What are you trying to get? I'm not going to ask you what you're trying to get your PhD in. I feel like I'm saying this now. I feel like I'm not point counterpoint segment. I feel like I don't have enough game for this conversation. So you're just going to tell me the book citation for where you got that from. And then next time when I take you out, I will have read that book. Will you tell me the book citation? Appearance? Actually, let's do this. Why be in a picture? Why don't you and I be in a picture and then you tell me the book? So we'll be in a selfie and you'll tell me the book, because I am not ready yet for this conversation. That's point counterpoint, because she's hitting on you and you are politely telling her my vagina pattern is full. That's point counterpoint, because she's trying to wow you with her body while wowing you with her mind. Your ability to delay gratification is memes, screams, and micros. Oh my God, these segments are perfectly mapped out. Because the meme here is cold open. It's not just a meme, it's a scream. Perfectly on cue with memes and screams is panty drop. So what she's saying is, I want my panties to drop. But you're saying, I would like that. I would like that, but not right now. This is the panty drop segment, where memes, screams, and micros is a segment. Panty drop is also a segment. Some of these segments, they overlap, kind of like her orgasms. So this is deeply understanding credit knowledge, is thedatingreport.com. So this is a dating report because when you get good at this, and you will, women are going to do this to you. If you don't have the point counterpoint, if you don't have the point counterpoint, if you do not have the point counterpoint, you are going to be screwed. I'm talking, you're going to lose one of your houses. You're going to get screwed, which is panty drop. So if you can't manipulate your brain to wait, you are not Chad Tyrone Lawrence. You're going to be 0 for 3. Does that make sense? This is what I'm honing in on. This is a future problem of yours, which is you're going to get a Victoria's Secret quality model. Why? Because nobody else's brain is operating at your level and my level, because you are an advocate of the dating report, which is, I'm preparing you for panty drop moments. You can't experience a panty drop moment and then let her panties drop. They need to just keep getting wetter. You need to separate, extend, and escape. Why? One, you could be getting kidnapped. This could be a wrench attack on your shitcoin. This could be a hijack, kidnap situation because you don't live in the United States with a Second Amendment where I have to register my 3 cannons. I'm amphibious, so I'm able to throw with both arms and my 3rd cannon. Do you know where my 3rd cannon is? It should be registered. It should be registered. Cannon 1 is my left arm, being able to throw hard amphibiously. Cannon 2 is my right arm. Nobody wants to see a left-handed shortstop be better than you. Nobody wants to see that. Who's my mentor when it comes to shortstop? That would be a dude playing second base. That's how next level I am with this panty drop stuff. Because my shortstop mentor, he's not even playing shortstop. Me, I'm dropping dating report content as a tall, hot heterosexual, right? Do you get the insight there? Because typically people dropping this kind of genius dating information, they're 5'5" and shitty, but they create great results because they're really good at persuasion, neurolinguistic programming, and distribution. Rarely has this level of PhD sextupleness been involved in a 6'5". Why do I hesitate to say my own height? Because I am 1 inch shorter than Michael Jordan. He's 6'6", self-reporting. I am 3 inches taller than Brendan Beck, who is 6'5". I am 2 inches taller than Tommy Troy, Major League debut. He is self-reporting at 5'6". I am 1 inch shorter than Tom Brady. He reports himself at 6'4.5". When Tom Brady stands next to my friend Mike Jordan, they are the same height because he's actually as tall as Brendan Beck, who is 6'5". So if I'm 2 inches taller than Brendan Beck, because Brendan Beck, he just debuted in Major League Baseball too. Probably just a coincidence that all the dudes who really, really, really love Larry Chang make it to Major League Baseball. Probably just a coincidence. Kind of like panty drop. Oh, I know what you're doing here. You're just making panties drop. I think you have no idea what's going on here, ladies. You have no idea. Which is my latest LinkedIn person, Hazel Grace. I know what you're doing here. I know what's going on here. Which is, can you feel what winning feels like IRL? You get what feeling winning like when you watch this video, which is why you like the vibe. I'm going to need you to win so that way you can win and feel. This is what you don't want to do. You don't want to say, hey, Larry, you should do a 24-hour live stream because when you use your penis, I feel it. That's called living vicariously. I don't stand for that. No, 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 no. This is why this segment works. Can you feel what winning feels like IRL? That's a segment. You're not going to be able to develop a Victoria's Secret model the way that I will. You see, my goal, you didn't ask me what my goals were. My goal is to date 7 more Victoria's Secret models before I finally marry one. Why am I going to date that many more? Because I'm going to meet you, you're going to become hotter, and then you're going to get recruited to be a Victoria's Secret model. I'm not going to just introduce you to the Victoria's Secret modeler scout. I could do that, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to make them ask me. This is you. So you're not going to be able to date, you're not going to be able to cold open some woman who's a Victoria's Secret model. That's what everybody thinks. I'm meeting women and turning them into a Victoria's Secret model. This is the live stream from 5/25/26. No pressure to actually rewatch or re-listen or expand on a prior. Oh my God, that's another segment. Expand on a prior. Which is, can you feel what winning feels like in real life? This is what winning feels like because the bar is set really high. Can you cold open a dog? Not a female who is a dog, slang. No, can you actually cold open a small, cute animal? Because right now, you're low soc because you're black or brown or low socioeconomic. You can't even pet a dog. So if you can't pet a dog, how are you going to pet a blonde female who's super fluffy? Because you're standing next to greatness. You're standing next to Larry Chang, and you get to make out with my Fallout. What's Fallout Putty? Fallout Putty is the swirl of vagina that is near me that is hoping to just get a little scrap. That's fallout. So when you feel what winning feels like, this is what sometimes happens. This is segment. Can you feel what winning feels like? Convert it to the segment for, hey, about last weekend. I watched a dude, brown dude, get made out with by a hot blonde, and I watched that fall out pussy work. Why was it fallout? Because standing adjacent to greatness, standing as if you're great, standing as a repository of prior self manipulations, because you may not be able to read. No judgments. Okay, I'm judging you. But this is what women who can't ask you, what's your job? Women who can't ask you, what do you drive? Is it paid off? Women who can't ask you, hey, do you have at least 2 years worth of savings in the bank? Or 2 lifetimes? Or do you owe any money? Women can't ask these things, but what they can tell is they could see a winner. They may not be able to pick out a Chad. They may not be able to pick out a Tyrone. And they can pick out a Lawrence, but that's never discussed, which is Chad and Tyrone and Lawrence. But women can pick out a person whose brain isn't broken. What's a non-broken brain? It's a person who's got sparkle and energy behind their eyes, where all water off a duck's back. What you're seeing in Larry Chang or a Lawrence is you're seeing a person who effortlessly moves through the bar, going from person to person with penny dropping energy. You should have the energy when you get good at this, where dudes will come cold open you and want to stand in your vicinity. Why? Because they're going to be able to fuck your fallout. What is fuck your fallout? It's guys like me, we can't have sex with 19 people in a night because, well, STD concerns and moral issues. So let's say girl number 16, girl number 11, girl number 4. She'll stand in the proximity and then she'll be horny. And then she'll say, I can't quite get allegedly Chad, allegedly Tyrone, and allegedly Lawrence. But she will get some version of allegedly Chad, allegedly Tyrone, or allegedly Lawrence. That's called fuck your fallout. This is how the Nature Channel did the Discovery Channel on how humans have sex with other humans back when bars used to be heterosexual friendly. And when bars became heterosexual unfriendly, bars began going bankrupt en masse. Oh, you're going to buy them a drink? Ew, that is an ick for me because of people who are not even in the bar cock blocking heteros in a bar. Did your brain just explode? This is cream pie segment. Pie, cream pie, American pie. This is Larry Chang, #1 American in America, coming up with a new segment. It's called Pie, Cream Pie, American Pie. Because she's going to get a premature orgasm. She's going to American Pie. If she is not having a premature orgasm in the restaurant or book club or coffee shop or bar or dance club, you are not a subscriber to my future content that you're going to produce. Let me unpretzel your brain, because I was talking to the pretzel that is inside of you. You're going to need to come up with this content. I am not going to bark spoon feed it to you, because look at the other 3,000 plus videos that you don't even open, because you're like, oh, it's got 17 views, and I only watch videos with 72,000 views, but fewer than 200,000 views. People say this. This is the algorithm, where the best content, according to YouTube, in my algorithm, is 40,000 views to 80,000 views. 3 million views, it's brain rot. 16 views, and you're thinking, does this person even know what they're talking about? That's pie, cream pie, American pie. Because what other person with a Christian background who's super tall and super hot is going to tiptoe their way in to being a slut, a male slut, which is pie, cream pie, American pie? This is not where the guy prematurely orgasms. That's the segment. Because the segment is, if she isn't getting a half of an orgasm, something's wrong with your NLP. Something's wrong. That's pie, cream pie, American pie. That's the segment. So before, when I said you're going to need to be the creator, you can't just be at zero creation using an alias called Leroy Jam. You can't just be using an alias called Toko 9613. You can't just be using an alias called Circuit Wave E. You can't just be using a random alias called Rock Skipper 101. You can't use an alias, because in the real world, your video game mentality of, I want to press reset and I want to go back, that's caused your brain to fog and your bank account to falter, if you even have a bank account right now, if you even have a credit card. Because you should be using your credit card like a debit card, meaning every time you charge something, every Thursday you pay off 100% of what you charged. You don't want to use your debit card like a credit card because of authorization holds. This is deeply understanding credit knowledge. This is why I wasn't choking that one girl, because you don't want to choke the duck, because you might damage her thyroid and then damage her autoimmune. You want to de-pretzel her immune. Unpretzel. No pretzel. He needs a little shelf to sit on. There you go. This is pie, cream pie, American pie. Because if she can't orgasm a little bit on the premises, you did not run the prior protocol. And that's advanced, but I don't care, because there is no paywall. There is only you clip farming. Farming a clip farm, that's you. Not calling you an AI virgin. I am calling you an AI virgin. But if you've never used AI, that's a problem. This is farming a clip farm. You're farming a clip farm. Thyroid, heroid segment. This is proof that I learn more from doing YouTube Live than you learn from me. Thyroid, heroid. I'm not talking about a hemorrhoid. Actually, I am. It's a hemorrhoid on her brain. That's the segment. Thyroid, hemorrhoid on her brain. Now, this is not meant to be funny for funny's sake. What is a hemorrhoid? It's where her anus is broken and she's constipated. Now she's got a hemorrhoid. This is because her anal glands are fucked up. How do I know so much about hemorrhoids? It's because I have a Shih Tzu and I had to Google why his butt one time bled. And when you can't use YouTube, you're not leveraging Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, nor Larry Chang. Thyroid, hemorrhoid on her brain. So hemorrhoid on her brain is her pineal gland not experiencing the flow of spinal fluid from her thoracic bone, which is the tramp stamp area. I'm the one who's connecting her tramp stamp, which a lot of women no longer have, to her pineal gland, which a lot of women also now don't have. Well, they have one, it's broken. Her pineal gland is broken. Thyroid, hemorrhoid on her brain. So you might think that this is just diarrhea of words, but when you look at what the words say, it's all accurate. Thyroid, hemorrhoid on her brain. This is a segment where I did not know this, but there's men's content about her autoimmune. There's men's content on her thyroid. I had to look it up. And oh my God, that's why this new segment, which drops on Thursdays, if you've never met me before, I'm Larry Chang. And this is not a persona, okay? This is every day. And my channel is on something that I found empowering, which is what they don't teach you in school about credit reports. This channel is now what they don't teach you in school. And it gained notoriety within Silicon Valley because it was what they don't teach you at Stanford Business School, which is entrepreneurship, reading people, and sales. Those three simple things. Because it's a mimicry of what is very valuable, which is a book that I'm reading from to regurgitate genius stuff. So this is not the first time I've read a book and understood the content better than the author. Not my first rodeo, which is what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School. In one sentence, entrepreneurship, reading people, and selling. So when these recurring problems of companies going bankrupt, deeply understanding capital knowledge, it turns out it was entrepreneurship, reading people, and selling. Because every company avoids bankruptcy when you triple sales. I know, I'm retarded, but that's why late on arrival. So the reason this is a segment is, why didn't you just read the Harvard book that Mark McCormick wrote? Why didn't you read it? It's because most companies that are startups, especially Y Combinator, are DOA, dead on arrival, or they're FOA, fake related transactions on arrival. What's a fake transaction? It's where OpenAI promises to pay Microsoft, promising to pay Oracle, promising to pay Jensen Huang, promising to pay one of the Trump children for a racketeering situation. which is what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School about Search Fund. I think she jizzed on this piece of paper, and now this piece of paper, it's bent. Ew. Did you just go to the bathroom and not wash your hands at home? Ew. Hey, did you just pee in my toilet and then leave the seat up? Ew. Did you just drop a deuce while I was in the shower? Ew. What you're doing here is you're not going to get... What's that thing called where women try to take away your testosterone? What's that thing called where women try to take away your energy, your male energy? There's some specific word for it. Castration? Anyway, late on arrival. So the segment is on the hack for, can you be on time? Can you time things well? Fiat boob, best Christmas ever. So fiat boob is fake boobs, and it connects to breastchristmasever.com. Her bookshelf, we've covered already. Book report on books on her shelf, we've covered that already because we're covering the dating report. Ass model, we've covered that too, which is a business model for ass. I'm not going to buy dinner. It's you push the bill across the way, and then after you push the bill to her, you say, I'm getting a little bit tired, so just because you're treating dinner does not make me immediately attend a nightcap at your house. But thank you for dinner. You don't ask to go Dutch. What kind of beta are you? What kind of non-creative person? No, you're going to stick her the entire dinner bill. That's ass model, which is a business model for ass. Oh, I never take women to dinner. What? You're not going to eat food with women? What's wrong with you? Toxic turnaround. So every time you hear the word toxic, just think another T word, which is turnaround. Because the words that are in your vocabulary, they're disseminated from a headquarters called Cock Blocking Headquarters. They're trying to disseminate words for your cocked to get blocked. And I don't know if you can tell, but you can't stop me. You can only hope to contain me. If you're trying to cock block me, that's not going to be possible because my cock, it's an amazing cock it is. Not cock blockable. Did I just take a Christian song and repurpose it? Well, that Christian song actually came from a non-Christian song. This is how you know where shiitake comes from. Is every catchy Christian song, it had a predecessor which was a non-Christian song, cock blocking. The word toxic is meant to cock block because women hate other women. And women definitely don't want you to get the best cock that's super magical, which is why my number of subscribers is 60. So when you hear the word toxic, think turnaround. That's the segment. It's called Toxic Turnaround. It's called Toxic Turnaround. Let's go. 8-day weekend. Why is 8-day weekend a segment? So 3-day weekend is going to cause the unemployment rate to spike even higher for one gender specifically, not men. 8-day weekend is I'm going to commit to myself 29 hours per day. Larry, how can you do yoga 35 hours a week? That's because I figured out a way to do yoga 5 hours per day. Right now, I'm doing yoga, which is why my energy feels different, because I'm not in a YouTube live. I'm in a YouTube live, but I'm actually more so at yoga class. Have you been to yoga class before with me? For 20 minutes, I just did Nadi Shodhana breathing, page 37. Problem. Your body doesn't get enough nitric oxide. Page 223. What book am I quoting from? The Billionaire book. The book for billionaires. Would you like to get 10 years free? Which is also page 50, nitric oxide. When you hear the word toxic, think turnaround. 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 That's 5. Deeply understanding Chinese knowledge, which it doesn't take money to make money. Deeply understanding capital knowledge, deeply understanding credit knowledge, deeply understanding digital underground credit knowledge. Digital underground credit knowledge. Black-pilled women segment. So women don't realize this because you cannot red pill a woman. Not possible, shouldn't try it. But women can be black-pilled. That's the double orange pill. See, the double orange pill is understanding that women are black-pilled on 20 to 50 levels. They just don't see blue pill, red pill. Because how many times have you heard of a distributor of tech knowledge be a female pitching you on Bitcoin or Web 5? It's like the number of females who are working on an oil rig. It's similar to the ratio of females who die via drowning during their occupation. The number of male deaths via drowning to females who drown at sea is staggering. Why? Because men are motivated to risk their life in order to make money. And now that's the competitiveness where I don't want to play basketball against a person who's willing to die to win, because they suck at basketball and they're willing to do every dirty thing. That's called a dirty player. And when you play basketball against people who are using those food coupons, what is it, an NFT card or a EBT or a ZBT, Zeta Beta Tau, whatever those food stamps are, because when you play baseball and you find out that they're on a socialist system, like there's nothing more capitalist and democratic than baseball. And then when the person who's running a baseball team is communist socialist, you then begin to understand maybe we don't want to have Larry Chang playing shortstop and leading off, even though from an age perspective, he's smarter than everyone on the team combined times two. This is toxicity, where if you say things that are meant to turn around and you call them toxic, you are not wanting to be a part of the turnaround, because this is about the dating report, which is experiencing an 8-day weekend. What? How do you experience an 8-day weekend? There's only 7 days a week. Well, this is how. Do you like my tissue paper? Do you like my tissue paper? Which is in engineering school. I wanted to die and cry because I wasn't doing very well as an athlete and I wasn't doing very well as a student. So every night I wanted to die and cry. Wanting to die and cry, that's not good. So no matter how busy I got, I would make myself go out for 20 minutes. And I would go out between 11:35. I would go out between 11:45, 11:25 to 11:45. This way I could be in bed before midnight. Why? Because I would need to wake up, but early in the morning. But then mentally, I wasn't thinking, oh, I slept so little. I was thinking, I went to bed yesterday and I woke up today. That one thing I've never heard talked about for managing sleep deprivation, which is you don't want to count hours. You want to be able to say, well, I went to bed yesterday exhausted and I woke up today. Because when you go to bed before midnight, mentally, even if you're waking up at 4:30 to go lift and then study engineering, you don't think, oh, I slept some micro amount, I'm going to need a nap later. You don't think that. Well, you do. But then you think, I went to bed yesterday and I woke up today. I feel amazing. And you keep on optimizing until you feel amazing, which is hashtag CS183 sleep. Tom Brady, Bo Branton, Brennan Beck, Larry Chang. The sleep protocol, it's kind of critical, but before the sleep protocol, I was miserable, so I would go for an 8-day weekend, but I didn't know what I was doing then. This is what I did. Is I would go out from 11:25 to 11:45. If I were honest, I would go out for about 11 minutes. How do you go out for 11 minutes? There is no warm-up. It's kind of like picking up a ball and dunking. To the people who think I was born athletic, true. I was born athletic, and then I wanted to be even more athletic. This is how to have an 8-day weekend when you're working 4 jobs. Count them. Student, athlete, that's 4 jobs. I would go out 11:25 to 11:45. But when I would be out, it would feel like I was already out for an hour and a half, which is how drunk can you act? How obnoxious can you be? How 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 energizing is it going to be? Where I was not needing to build an entourage. Hey, are you going out? I'm going out. You want to go out together? And then spending 15 minutes just coordinating a simultaneously, let's go out. Oh no, I'm an assassin. Where are my friends? They're at the bar. Where are my bitches? They're already at the bar. I'm not coordinating as a social coordinator. I don't have time, even though I am social coordinator for my fraternity. I am going out hard 11:25 to 11:45. Those 20 minutes don't feel like 20 seconds. Those 20 minutes, it felt like it was 4 hours because some of it was uncomfortable. Because at 11:25, some people on a Thursday night, Wednesday night, Friday night, they've been drinking since 6. So the 20 minutes, it felt like time was bending. And if this is where you know what I'm going to say, good job. You have also read Joe Dispenza, Becoming Supernatural, over 10 times, because this is chapter 11, time, space, space, time. I was able to take 11:25 to 11:45 and a 10-minute journey home by 11:55, asleep by 11:57. This is brain on a pretzel, which is you're tired and you can't fall asleep. And I'm not laughing at people for not being able to fall asleep. But I am laughing at you because you can't fall asleep and you're tired. It's because during the day, your brain's in a fog. And then when it's time for your brain to rest, your brain starts to accelerate. This is why you shouldn't sleep with your phone right by your head. This is why I have magical jizz for your problem. This is why there's a protocol for sleep, which is a methodology for us to improve, which is technical hacks and self-improvement. Self-improvement, sleeping. How to dress, how to sleep. How to sleep is not straightforward. The reason it's not straightforward is so many people have a hard time sleeping. Sleeping is not straightforward because a lot of people, they have a hard time sleeping. Stacking wins, we've gone over that. This is how to stack one win, which is you've spent 60 minutes. I've spent 3 chunks of 60. What is one win from this? This is not a warehouse enough information. I one time had a person ask me, how much knowledge do you know? What? What? Exactly. You got demoralized. Which is, Larry, how many books have you read? Which is, you're not going to start until you've read as many books as I have. That's not how to do it. That's how a lot of people think to do it, which is, wow, you really know a lot of stuff and you're really good at doing stuff. How much stuff do you know so that way I can know what I need to know so that way later I can start to do? That's not how to do it, which is why it's called the segment called Stacking Wins. You don't want to pull me down so that way you can say, oh, we're equal because you've never had a mentor before. That's the natural dynamic of you never stacking one win. is you're going to try to say something negative about me, but you're also going to try to hang out with me. This is crabs in a pot, where you want to try to hang out because, hey, if I just hang around that guy, it'll just be diffusion or osmosis. And you don't know the difference between diffusion or osmosis because it turns out it's neither. It's both those things, but for you, it's neither because you're trying to do something that is never going to happen, which is I don't want to know you. I definitely don't want to hang out with you. And I definitely don't want to come to you with a bus ticket in order for me to say shit that I already said on YouTube. You just didn't investigate it because you're trying to water down my genius with other people in trying to build a consensus because you still refuse to stack one win. You guys saw that where someone's like, hey, if I fly you out to a fake location, will you go ahead and stack some wins for me? No, you're going to need to stack wins. That's what this segment is, stacking wins. This is Stacking Wins, Tetrahedron, Robert Kiyosaki, from his book Second Chance. I'm sorry that it's a percolation of brain. I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry. This is Stacking Wins, the segment, which is Study Buddy, the book by Robert Kiyosaki. Yeah, the Rich Dad Poor Dad guy. Yeah, stop dragging him down because just because there are certain aspects of his origin story that don't exactly marry up, the content is still advantageous. Where you could say, Larry, you were born rich. Or you could say, Robert Kiyosaki was born rich. So don't let the fact that I'm a fifth generation multi-millionaire over 5 generations of being multi intimidate you, because this is how to make money deeply understanding Chinese knowledge. This is why I had no idea that my family had money, because the way that my father played 5D chess was pretending to be poor, which is why I love money so much. Pretending to be poor, making your kid make money by coming up with ways for a little kid to make money, which is the most genius business model ever, which is clipping coupons. If I were to find, when my mother passed away, my dad didn't have time to read newspapers to save money. So I clipped coupons for products that he would already purchase. So I had to marry up what he would eventually buy with the coupon that was valid. If I were to save him $2 or $5, I would get half of that. I got so good at cutting coupons that, because I love money, that my dad had to create a tier for if I saved him more than $8, I would only get 33%. Where if I saved him up to $8, I would get 50%. So now I understood a tiered system where I would not try to save him dollars 9, 10, 11 because it would be retroactive to the 50% of the first $8. If all that went over your head, know that I understood this at an age that was 1/6 you. So before you start saying stuff like, oh, you're born rich, or Larry, you're 6 years older than me, I'm going to be that successful in 6 years. No, you're not. You're not going to. And you saying that is you trying to pretzel and short circuit your brain. Or my personal favorite, when a woman who's my age, 34, is like, well, I would have been as successful as you if I had the patriarchy. What? You think your vagina gave you advantages that my penis never had? This is stacking wins. This is hilarious. Shiitake, I learned on user comments. So something I learned yesterday was I didn't know that men were allergic to women, which is interesting that you have an autoimmune disease. Or, oh, your thyroid's acting up? Cool story, Western woman. I was like, what kind of language jujitsu is that? Which is shiitake I learned on user comment. Because of the things that I learned, I gave birth to the dating report. Dinner first, coach, as a segment. So the whole concept of, do you buy a woman dinner? The whole concept of, oh, first date's got to be a coffee, can't buy them food. That mentorship, that's 3 red pills into a black pill. That's not good. It's dinner, it's first class, it's coach class. That's a segment, that's a protocol, that's a sub-channel of the dating report. Why? And comment if you're still watching, because right now you're watching this in the background. And why are you watching and not liking? Problem. You're watching this and not liking it, and you're one person. Busted! You're my one person watching. I just busted you. Because liking doesn't help me reach more people. I reach more people. But when you disconnect the liking, it's problematic. And you're trying to not tell me who you are because I plainly see you sitting right there. Do you feel seen? Do you feel seen? Because Chad Hurley and Steve Chen and Larry Chang, we have CRM, crowd reading management, CRM software. Am I looking into your soul right now? Do you feel seen right now? Do you feel seen? Integration, interrogation, dinner first, coach. So, are you getting value out of this? I'm not asking you as a YouTube content creator. I'm being you asking them, are you getting value out of creating? I was wrong. You were watching and liking. I was wrong. Do you like how I realized that I was wrong? Or I'm right if it doesn't tick back. I was right. Was I wrong about being right? Was I right about being wrong? I was wrong. Good job. Now comment your full name. I'm still right somehow. Don't comment your full name if you're not comfortable. This is me reading. Good job, you. Because you need to start stacking a win, because this is why. You don't want to get into a situation where you're 6 months deep, 6 years deep, and I ask you, what is your delta? Meaning, I talked to you 6 units of time ago. Did you get better? Because I don't want to spend more time with you one-on-one when you don't get better, which is why stacking wins, it's not just a nice to have, it's a must have. This is why I'm single, because she needs to stack wins. This is an example. So, I am like this all the time. I am like this all the time. For a date, I will make a female sit on my lap and watch a YouTube video. Larry, please tell me you don't have a hot Victoria's Secret model sit on your lap where you watch a Larry Chang video. No! I'm hilarious, but I'm not that hilarious. But now that we're joking about it, sounds like a new segment. It's called the porn, the success porn that I'm watching is the porn I'm making. Oh my god, this is hilarious. Segment. Success porn. Okay, this is what I was talking about. So, for a date, we're going to watch a Gus Van Sant video. Who's Gus Van Sant? He's a director. So, we're going to watch a Gus Van Sant video or something that's educational. And I'm going to, on our date with you sitting on my lap, we're going to watch a video and you're going to see how I learn. These are the 3 questions that women are no longer asking. What do you do for money? What kind of car do you drive? Do you own your own house? Because women don't own their own house. They don't even pay their own rent. They're living with a dude or having a dude pay for their apartment because they're trying to sugar. What do you drive? Women don't want to know because women don't know the difference between a X car and a Y car. I'm not going to plug a brand. If you want to drop your car brand, because guys like me have been dying in sports cars since guys like me could meet the financial goal of a sports car. And this is the thing that you don't know, is that a really, really, really nice sports car doesn't work the way you think it does. Let me repeat that. You driving a car, what that does is it impresses men. It doesn't impress women because women don't know that a car can cost middle 6 figures. In fact, one time, this woman who was super hot, she got my German car mixed up with a Japanese car. That's the dating report. What the segment of success porn is she's not going to ask 3 questions. She's not going to ask you what you do. She's not going to ask you what you drive. She's not going to ask you if you've paid off your house or your living arrangements or even worth. This is why you're going to have to show her what you do. And I'm not talking about bringing her to your cubicle or your work from home. I'm not saying that. And people that do that, they're literally doing 50 Shades of Grey because he's got the sex chamber attached to his bedroom, attached to his corner office. That's not what I mean when I say show her what you do. I'm talking about dinner first coach. I'm talking about show her your competency in can you read a book? So if you're at a rocking pool party and you want to get all the vagina more wet than parking 6 sports cars that you have paid for, which they'll never understand because paid off, like you can say this car is paid off and she'll be like, does that mean that the gas is paid? What? Nah. It's show her, and this is not belittling women. This is also belittling men because men also don't understand what it's like to not have a over $1,000 truck payment on an existing truck. Like if they see a truck, they don't see $85,000. They see $1,300 payment over 6 years. Oh, did I say 6 years? I meant 7 years. This is the state of people's fiat, which is money out per month. So you're going to have to show them, him or her, depending on who you're dating, judgments against you if you're dating same sex. But let's talk about dating on hard mode, which is dating women as a heterosexual man who's 5'11" or under, reporting at 6'2" or 6 foot even. Fiat height, 6-pack abs, making 6 figures with the triple quotations. You're going to need to show her what you do, finally, which is sit her on your lap and make her watch you watching a video that you've never watched before. This is not a look at my phone, this is my favorite video. She's not going to watch it. It's pick something that is educational. I want to watch something with you. So, picking a Gus Van Sant directorial how-to video. It's basically how to be a director. Gus Van Sant, he directed a movie. So, you're going to have to show her how you learn PQRST. Because all these things, book club, the dating report, credit report, Larry the Starfish, my comedy, 5 pages of humor, shipping Artist's Way Julia Cameron. All these things is how to do, how to make money, how to succeed, with the emphasis on suck and the emphasis on seed. Succeed, which is you suck, can you plant a shitty little seed that's not going to grow? Because later you're going to start succeeding, you're going to just pull shit out of your ass like succeed. And then it's going to make her want to suck your seed. This is how the world is wired. I can't help it. I'm just on fire. I'm on a generational run. I'm going to give credit to 2 people who wrote 2 books that I married together into one remedial website, Duck9, Deeply Understanding Credit Knowledge. Digital Underground, Credit Knowledge. Can you sell 1 credit card to 1 sorority girl? That's sell 1, which is if you're in a sorority and you're a woman, can you sell 1 credit card? Because right now your sorority sisters, they are spending their parents' money. I'm not saying don't spend your parents' money. I'm saying congratulations, you were born rich. What I am saying is you need to establish credit in your own name against your own social security number as a tax ID number. This is sell 1. Your commission on selling 1 is $0 or $600, you pick. It doesn't matter. I'm not making any money off of it. This is you selling 1, which is if you're using your parents' credit card and your parents put your name on your credit card, that's not your own credit card. So if you're going to get your own credit card, I will help you, which is you go to a Bank of America. Doesn't matter if your parents already have a Bank of America. You text me, I'm going to a Bank of America, 3 days before you go to a Bank of America. Then when you're outside of the Bank of America, you text message me, Larry, I'm at a Bank of America. Why? Because if they reject you for a credit card, I'm going to need to make that rejection no longer a rejection. Text me 3 days that you're going. Text me when you're about to step inside. Text me when you have succeeded in getting a spot approval. If they tell you, oh, go home, we'll tell you in 3 days, that's them saying no. So you don't leave. You text me, hey, they're telling me I'm going to need 3 days for approval. If you do not text me and give me these lifetime updates, your possibility of succeeding will not be 100%. Let me repeat. This works 100% of the time, every time. Why? Because you will have a full preparation as if your daddy runs Bank of America. In this case, I'm your daddy, in which case Bank of America is being run on protocol hashtag PO Box 15019. You're welcome. Connected to 1825 East Buckeye Road. Connected to hashtag 1825 E Buckeye Road. Buck like a billion bucks. I like your left eye used to be blind, but after I solved your autoimmune disease, because you threw wet pussy at me on Saturday, 5/23/26. Your left eye used to be blind and now you see. Why do I need you to see out of both of your eyes? Because my beauty and my talent are better enjoyed in 3 dimension. And if you only have one eye that works, your right eye, now you're gross to me. Because if you can't see my giant erection in 3 dimensions, how do you even know that it's a magical penis? Because I'm not putting it in until you visually see it in your mind. Time, space, space, time. Where if you haven't been imagining it, and you can't imagine it if you're blind in your left eye, which is being able to learn one thing, Gus Van Sant. So as you're sitting on my lap and you're watching me learn something, that solves your inability to ask 3 not empowering questions where you're not even asking these questions. What do you do? What kind of car do you drive? Where do you live? All property is public information. You don't even have to file a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act. If you're trying to ascertain the wealth of a man, there are property records, unless he's really, really, really rich, in case he's trying to hide that from you. You little gold digger, where he's using a blind trust. But let's just play the game at the 22-year-old level girl to the 25-year-old girl level, which is stop thinking that everybody that went to Harvard, Stanford are rich. Did you know that 70% of Stanford is on some form of financial aid? And did you know that 50% are claiming some form of disability? Fuck the disability thing. That's a scheme scam of, oh, I have a disability. I need more time to take the test. That kind of disability. True story. Over 50% of Stanford is claiming a disability, which I think would be funny when you're a Olympic athlete with a 1600 SAT score. Oh, wait. Student athletes can't claim disability, to my knowledge. 70% have some form of financial aid. Let me repeat that. 70% of Stanford undergrads are poor where they needed financial aid. 70%. That's not even 30%. That's not even 50%. It might as well, when you're at 70, it might as well be 7 in 10. Maybe you're not so good with math. But that's more than 60%. 70% are on financial aid. Oh, Larry, are you telling the secrets of Stanford? Yeah. That would be my channel, What They Don't Teach You at Stanford Business School. Stram GT 353. I know you're thinking about just parking $1 million in a future bank account, earmarked for Larry Chang. I know you're thinking that. Because you're having your assistant watch my videos and say, Can you understand what the fuck he's talking about? I think he's either the smartest human I've ever met or the smartest human I've ever met who's really, really attractive. Because, like, I'm hetero and I'm really attracted to this guy. Like, if I were going to fuck a dude, it'd be him, but not really fucking because your homo number is 0.0. This is the $1 million, which is Gus Van Sant. This is the $1 million, which is this video. This is the $275,000 or $275 million, depending on if your IQ is above 88 or above 89. Basically, it's everybody except for black people, which is 88 or 89. Ditto brown people who are IQ 85. Ditto Asian people, I can say this because I'm black. Ditto South Korean people, IQ 85. Yeah. One generation ago. So basically, this is 99.9% of humans on the planet that have an IQ in the 80s or higher, which is this. $275,000 if you're retarded. If you're not retarded, it's $275 million, aka 2.75 Bitcoin. But don't get intimidated. Don't get intimidated. That is financial advice, which is what they do teach you at Stanford Business School. What they don't teach you at Stanford Business School, what they never teach you at Stanford Business School, what they still don't teach you at Stanford Business School, what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, what they still don't teach you at Harvard Business School, what they will never teach you at Harvard Business School. This is not a shocker, okay? This is not a shocker. This is how the franchises line up. Star Wars: A New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. What they don't teach you at Stanford Business School, I'm getting goosebumps. What they never teach you, what they will never teach you at Stanford Business School, that book comes out 09/09/39. The haters that are all brown people on Quora, they don't know the difference between franchises. They're the kind of retards that don't understand that Empire Strikes Back is episode 5. Oh, but why would you start with episode 4? Wah! Wah! It's because episodes 1, 2, and 3 suck. George Lucas, he needed something commercially viable. Hey, do you understand all this stuff so well because you went to USC for film school when you retired? Feels like we're just meeting each other for the first time. What they will never teach you at Stanford Business School that comes out 09/09/39. 39. That's 2039. Kind of like the Super Bowl in 2030 is going to be in Nashville. I can't help it. I just can add. Are these things adding up for you where you can visualize $275,000 from you to me? Can you visualize it? Because if you're saying, I don't want to spend $275,000, you're not understanding that I understand you better than you know yourself. Because if I don't help you, you're going to be dead, poor, and bankrupt. I know. That's kind of manipulative, but this is what makes that funny on 10 levels, is that I don't want your $275,000. I'm literally just fucking with you right now, ladies, because you already gave me dinner first and coach. This is what I'm talking about with I don't even want you to give me $275,000. This is why. Dinner first and coach. You know what? I'm going to put this on the other side of the paywall. Paywall! There you go. Got rid of ya. See ya. This is the other side of the paywall. Being able to tolerate the personality, being able to be patient, that's your payment. Dinner first coach, $275K. Here is all $275K in one burst. Hashtag StramGT353. Hashtag StramGT353. I'll wait till you grab a pen. You don't have to tell me who you are. Just comment pen when you get a pen. That's the paywall. Comment pen and I will continue. Did you at least write that down? Strategic Management 353. Comment pen. Click it. You're on your main account. You should be saying thank you. And the fact that you don't comment pen or say thank you, this is you being stuck at zero execution. I would say text message me, but you already have my number and that intimidates you even more. This is who you're in competition with, is 100% of all your friends and the rest of humanity are stuck exactly where you are. Me? I'll cold open Tony Robbins. Me? Exactly. Exactly. Oh, I got really nervous. I got so nervous. Larry, you make me nervous. Is that a song? Larry, you make me nervous. This is Strategic Management 353. New business ventures and the entrepreneur. The reason that's $275,000 is because that's what tuition costs. What if you asked yourself the question, I want to get ROI for tuition before I even get admitted? Do you see how this is speed seduction? Are you getting seduced right now? Feels like you are. Do you see how this is speed execution? Has anyone ever asked you what you want to go to Stanford Computer Science for? Has anyone ever asked you, if you were to go to computer science school, what would you want to learn skill set wise? Oh, I don't know. I'll just learn it when I get there. No, you won't. This is the $275,000. This is the $275K with these 3 books. This is the $275K for these 3 books. This is the money. That, by the way, is the 6th edition. I recommend the 5th edition because the 5th edition wiped out chapter 17. So chapter 17 from the 5th edition never made it to chapters 1 through 16 of the 6th edition. Are you feeling the Stanford entrepreneurship knowledge? Because this is something that's true inside the dating report. Because what do you do? What do you drive? How many houses do you own? These questions are no longer being asked. So you're going to do a Gus Van Sant video, which is, I would show you how to learn Strategic Management 353, but you're not, because that video got published 10 years ago. Oh, but Larry, I just want the new shit. Well, the new shit is just like the old shit, which is why I'm running these protocols from a book that I know better than the author, which is a book written in 1983. That's me for deploying my engineering brain into what they don't teach you at Harvard Business School, entrepreneurship, reading people, selling, which is a book from 1983 written into these protocols that I've repurposed again into the dating report. So I tweet a lot. I post a lot of posts on X. Here's a question, which is, what was the very first thing that I tweeted about? Oh my God. Look at this. Look at this. This is an avalanche of evidence. So when you say, hey, what does Larry Chang do? It's the dating report. Thursdays, new episodes drop. StramGT 353. Hashtag StramGT 353, which is, would you attend Stanford Business School if it were $0? Would you like a free 2-year vacation? Because what you're doing is you're doing the most AI basic thing of 34 days of AMC theaters, 34 days of AMC theaters, or the 2027, that would be 2026 plus one. 2027, hashtag 21 days of OpenAI at SXSW. You could claim that I was born rich. You could claim that I was born with a super high IQ. But both those two things would be both accurate and inaccurate. Because StramGT 353, that is turnarounds. Do you get it? It's not toxic, it's a turnaround. And do you see how you're turning around a business? This is the old way that a turnaround would work, is you would buy the business out of bankruptcy and then make it better. Are we doing that? Are we going to buy a house out of bankruptcy and turn it around? Are we going to buy a tax lien and turn it around? Too many people are doing that. What we're doing is we're running an external API. You see, this is a segment on the dating report, which is Whitney Wolf, unicorn. Whitney Wolf on media. Bumble, it's your AI dating my AI, therefore let's date. That's the state of apps, because men aren't paying $600 a month to get this that they could have gotten just from the dating report. Do you see how selling one is, you're using free content, this episode of the dating report, and this subscription is not a subscription, but for you, Larry Chang is the product. But for you, if you can't make $600 a month selling book club with Larry Chang AI, you're not understanding this true thing, which is book club. It works 100% of the time, every time. That's the dating report, which is the protocol for you bring a book to a bar with one person who has that same book. If you don't have any friends, that's okay. You could be one person, 3 books. So you bring 3 copies of the same book. Ditto 3 copies of the same MBA book. Ditto 3 copies of the same MBA book. Ditto 3 copies of the same MBA book. This is how the dating report recommends that you digest this financial advice. Coffee shops. There's a game called Whole Foods game. or Trader Joe's on a Sunday night game. I recommend if you look like this, you don't go to Trader Joe's on Sunday night because you're going to get SA'd. You're going to get sexually accelerated. But let's say you're currently in the no bang zone. Welcome to the dating report. You like my energy right now? When people ask you, what does Larry Chang do? Answer. He is an athletic student who is currently student athleting while being a ex-student athlete who aspires to be a student athlete. That's a sextuple entendre. I'll let you dig through that student athlete stuff as I wrangle another Stanford engineer into Major League Baseball. I'm sorry that I understand that better than people at Stanford and the HR cancer that is currently at Stanford Baseball. I did not misspeak. I said HR cancer. You're at a coffee shop. You are not doing this at Trader Joe's looking like this. You do not go to Trader Joe's on Sunday. You do not. It is a madhouse of putty. The ratio is 99% women and less than 1% heterosexual dudes. Just don't go. Just don't go. It's like covering yourself in turkey fat, jumping into a Amazon river full of starving piranha who haven't had Chinese sausage ever in their life. They've just watched Instagram reels for foodie pics, Chinese sausage. You go to a coffee shop, one person, woman or man, 3 books. That's called book club at IRL. This is the dating report because so much content is how do you cold open? So much content that has taken you nowhere in life which is how to say hi to strange women, how to network into strange vagina. How to do that. How to do that. People don't know. I mean, I know, but that's not what this is. That's not what this is. Slap a stuffed animal on it, make it slay. Layer 2, venture capital. There we go. Book club within the dating report. Book club within a dating report. I like how you adjusted your username to become Emma Mia Maya. That would be 5/25/26. Emma, how are you? Hello again. We're talking about book club. Do you remember when I talked about book club before? So we're doing book club, which is not you organizing you plus 14 friends, acquaintances, and strangers. Do you like my duck? He's got some duck energy. Book club at a coffee shop. Nice. Emma Mia Maya. Hopefully you don't have an autoimmune disease the way that Mia Maya do. Thyroid, which is chapter 5, manifestation, body, and mind, which is 3 books, 1 you. This is how 3 books, 1 you works, which is 3 books at a coffee shop next to the mushrooms that are blossoming because you helped turn their trash into treasure, Ron Mouther. You've taken their broken coffee beans that they're going to throw out, and you sprinkled a little bit of mycelium, which is that mushroom kit that you currently own. And the fact that you won't do something with that inert box is why you don't want to grow your mind. No judgments. Judgments. Which is 3 books, 1 you. Which is 3 books, 1 you. The reason you do 3 books, 1 you is you want the repetition, the rep of, can you create a scenario where people interrupt you? Can you create can you stimulate people to risk their ego to talk to you? That's cold opening. That's getting cold opened. This is the magical trick of using a book to manipulate yourself to look temporarily silly while other people risk their ego to try to talk to you. This is you doing book club at a coffee shop, because there's this joke that I saw, which is a segment of humor that I saw, which is, I saw a person in a coffee shop, no laptop, no phone, just drinking a cup of coffee like a psychopath. You're doing those things, and then you're adding 3 books. You're looking at these things and you're saying book club at a coffee shop is the easier version of book club at a dance club, book club at a bar, book club at a restaurant. This book club concept, it works 100% of the time, every time. This is why it's called Emma Mia Maya, because it worked with Emma, it worked with Mia, and it worked with Maya. That's why it's called Emma Mia Maya. This is how book club functions. This is how to stack wins. We're still talking about the dating report. You stack a win. Why? Because whatever they say, you have anticipated their question. Are you Joe Dispenza? Did you write the book? You have the answers written down so that way when they talk to you, you do the magic trick, which is also the magical trick of connecting space and time, or time and space. Maybe you're temporarily confused, but this is how it exactly works. Whatever they say, you connect to a page number in the book. Let me go over an example, which is, hey, I know what you're doing here, accusatory. You're trying to pick up women. I'm not cool with that. Interesting that you attack me like this, because what you're talking about is page 278. Transduction. This works scary because if it's positive, it works. If it's negative, it works even better. What's it? It is people are going to say positive and negative things. This is just what happens. You guys have seen what happens when people say negative things on my YouTube Live. You've seen that. Whether or not it's negative, or whether or not it's partially negative, whether or not it's positive, it doesn't matter. What matters is I'm going to reframe it. Chapter 2, sleight of mouth. Because I'm chunking the dating report, I'm chunking it down while I'm chunking it up. What is chunking? Chunking is a concept within neurolinguistic programming where you're able to run protocol, fix your broken brain. Protocol, your brain is a filthy liar. Protocol, your ego is getting in the way. Protocol, you not trying to fail is causing you to fail. Protocol. Chunking up is where you're starting with a small success and connecting it to another micro small success. And if I'm saying micro and you're feeling bad because you have a micro penis, know that I'm talking about micro as in tiny, not in a tiny vagina. I'm talking about tiny habit, becoming a snowball of chunk. That's chapter 3, but the author quarter baked his concept with a horrible bibliography, horrible execution, never mentioning John Grinder, Richard Bandler, Tony Robbins, or Larry Chang. Shame on you for talking about neurolinguistic programming without mentioning the granddaddy. This is the granddaddy of book club about last weekend. Am I marrying multiple segments together? I'm allowed to do that. Segment about last weekend. Segment. One small success. Segment. A street smart protocol called book club at a coffee shop. Segment. PQRST, because inadvertently people are going to ask you negative questions. That's just the state of the dating market. This video is called The Dating Report. What we're fixing is not toxicity. We're fixing cock blocking. We're fixing the word toxic is meant to vagina block, so much so that it's causing a autoimmune. Some women go blind, others just get dry. Stop. It's not vaginal mucus. Hat tip, Max Levchin and Kara Swisher. That's not the lesbian one I'm going to. Kara Swisher already is married. Hopefully still happily in her lesbian situation. Max Levchin, Kara Swisher, vaginal mucus. I was like, I'm the vagina whisperer, and you two are going to talk about vaginal mucus? I don't even know what vaginal mucus is. Which is not the June 27 lesbian wedding I just got invited to. Not that one. What this is dryness of feet, dryness of hand, dryness of mouth, dryness of eye. Dry, autoimmune. This is Emma Miyamaya. This is when people cold open, when you're holding Joe Dispenza's book, they're going to be thinking with their second brain, which is intuitively, I should be talking to this Caucasian cowboy, this white cowboy cosplaying as a Asian cowboy, marrying the API of the Oriental cowboy. You know that guy. He's a hit country music singer. Your phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. Your phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. My movie's coming out June 19. June 19, Toy Story 5. It's your phone problem. Your phone's not so smart. It's really just breaking your brain. It's a phone that's trying to break kids' brain. My country song solves that problem. See the movie June 19. What you're doing with the 3 books, 1U, is you are stacking one win. You are listening to what she's saying and then connecting it to a page number. That is hashtag Mushi Mushi Mushi, which is a Duck9 blog post. Thank you for asking me how Duck9 is going. Thank you. It's going hashtag Mushi Mushi Mushi, which is memorize right, memorize right, memorize right. This is what happens when you memorize right, is after you write it down, your brain begins to solve a problem. So this happened Saturday night after midnight, which is not me breaking a rule. Oh, you said you go to bed. No, that was back when I was in engineering school. Now that I'm in engineering school IRL, I don't need to study 35 hours a day. I can just study 35 hours a month and it'll be 300 more hours than any other VC. Hashtag CS183 VC. CS183 is the class that Peter Thiel doesn't even know the class number on, because who knows Peter Thiel content better than Peter Thiel? That would be Larry Chang. Hashtag CS183 VC. Because just like Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z, A16Z, it's CS183 A34Z, because there's 36 letters in the CS183 franchise. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, Reid Hoffman, Larry Chang, CS183A, CS183B, CS183C. The one that would not go to Epstein Island is the person shipping 99% of the content at Entrepreneurship. You might be offended that I understand Stanford entrepreneurship better than anyone else at Stanford, because I am University of Illinois only. You guys have been doing such a good job paying attention that this is your reward. Is that when a person says something negative, you connect it into a page number, solving their problem. Ask them for $800. They're poor. They're going to say no. That's okay. But then you're going to continue being dragged down by that crab in a pot by saying, why is she blind in her left eye? Emma Miyamaya. Why is she so dry? Why is she broken? And then you will fall asleep and be like, ha, not my problem, not my wife, not my problem. Happy life, you're not my wife. Happy life. Is that how the saying goes? I think that is how the saying goes. Which is, I dreamt about her. You see, it's only fair that I did not give you consent and she is having me star while she's touching herself to fall asleep. I did not give you consent for that. I can't star in your masturbatory fantasies while you do not pay me, right? Pay me. Pay me. If you want consent, pay me. Dinner first, coach. But I get it. And because you're poor, ladies, you're poor, I will give you consent to flog dolphin with my hot face in burned to your retina. Backdating the consent. Backdating the consent. Emma Miyamaya cold open when we were talking about consent. But let's not rehash, oh, I know. This is what the heaven. Yeah. Welcome, Grumpy. Your username is perfect, which is Emma Miyamaya. So I dreamt about her problems. And then this is 5/24/26. And then it matriculated into more. Why? Because it germinated, it marinated, which is another concept within the dating report, which is about last weekend, about this weekend, which is Emma Miyamaya running book club, where I'm running book club, where I'm continuing to AGI the book's concepts, because left eye blindness, that's autoimmune. Dryness of hand, dryness of foot, that is autoimmune thyroid. Lindsay Gutierrez, what's up? Welcome. Welcome. How are you? Will you hit that like button so that way I can tell that you're not a robot where I'm connecting to you? Ms. Mysterious 8 commented, this video has nothing to do with anything. Lindsay Gutierrez asked, good, Larry, are you still working in Wall Street? This is where we did the Bumble turnaround for live action business case study 1469, because this video is about the dating report, and Wall Street merged and acquired everybody's brain. Bumble, $BMBL. Live action business case study 1469. Bumble CEO Whitney Wolfe. Why doesn't your AI date my AI so that way we can date? This is the turnaround. This is the turnaround of solving swiping. This is the turnaround of, I don't know if I want my AI to date your AI, but I do want my books to connect to your repository of books. Do you like that? Lindsey Graham, do you like that or do you not like that? Pressing ahead regardless, which is the ADD nature of jumping in, interrupting something, and then jumping out. Because that's the default wiring that most people's brains are on. What this is taking beta, alpha, theta, delta from chapter 5 of Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself, because your brain is not on a talking meditation, chapter 5, walking meditation, chapter 7. So when you're on a dynamic meditation, that is you able to do yoga 5 to 11 hours per day. Right now you're impressed that I'm able to do YouTube Live, but I don't see it as YouTube Live. I view it as a yoga practice where I am not even mouth breathing during my one-person keynote. When most people speak, pay attention, mouth breathing dating report, the dating report of how they pull oxygen. When they speak, are they mouth breathing? Because if they're mouth breathing, they're going to be tired at the end of a 15-minute talk. This is also why joggers are mentored to run and talk. Some people can't talk while they're running. And then some people who are running, they have an exercise of, can you hold water in your mouth? It feels like this video has come to a delightful close. So I welcome you to stack wins. I welcome you to set a dollar figure on this $0 video. I welcome you to benefit from one of the 14 hashtags, which is a future segment, which is why you no like hashtag, why you no love